Okay. I didn't even look to see what my camera looks like right now. Ugh. That. There. Alright, I apologize, people. I am slightly disorganized right now. Not that that never happens, Taiwan, right? Alright. Finger crossing everything is good now. And I had everything organized the way I needed to have. Alright. I think I'm good. I hope. I apologize, everyone. As you can tell, I am not a professional streamer by any stretch of the imagination, nor do I pretend to be. I'm not going to bother putting up the link to my EDH decks. Morning, she says. Uh-huh. Yeah, no, I've already been up for a few hours, Holly. Things were running late, and I figured, okay, I made it just enough time. I should be able to set things up, and then my computer decided to crash. So, hopefully, that's the only crash that I'll have to worry about for tonight. Hopefully. As it goes, cross your fingers, cross your toes, cross your ears, and cross your nose. I don't know. Anyway. So now we get to work on Portal's Second Age. Yeah, I can't do that last part. I have tried many. I cannot cross my eyes. But yeah, Portal's Second Age. The Portal sets were interesting. There's in this batching, as far as I'm aware, there were 5 sets. There was Portal, Portal 2, Portal Second Age, Portal 3 Kingdoms. And then I believe it was Starter 99 and Starter 2000. They were all designed because Magic had only been out about 5 years by that point. And the people at Wizards of the Coast realized that the game was getting complicated. So they decided to do something about it, which was not a bad idea. They created a simplified version of the game. The problem with the simplified version of the game really, there were 2 issues. One was that, like, Portal's Second Age came out in 98. We were told, when it came out, that it was not going to be legal for tournament play unless a card in the set was already legal otherwise. It's a little bit like how, if you look at Commander products, if a Commander product is attached to a certain set, like let's say Duskmourn, the cards in there are not legal for Standard, unless it's reprinting something that's already legal and standard. So, let's see here. Duskmorn Commander. Stuff that's legal. So, for example, Basilisk Collar is in Duskmorn Commander, but it also got reprinted in Foundations, which means it's legal and standard. Burnished Heart, same thing. It got a Foundations reprint, so it's legal in standard. Feed the Swarm, same thing. You know, a lot of these cards that you're looking at that were in Duskmorn Commander are also legal because they're also in Foundations. The various temples. Trigon Predator actually surprises me slightly to be legal because, but only out of the stuff that's in the Duskmorn Commander cards, only these 19 cards, which I'll just sort real quickly by color. Extravagant Replication, which was, again, in Foundations. Feed the Swarm, Massacre Worm, Scavenging Ooze, which I believe was also in Foundations. Tatiova, Trigon Predator, Basilisk Collar, Burnished Heart, Solemn Simulacrum. The 2, 4, the 6 temples that are in Duskmorn Commander. The 1, 2, 3 lifelands that are in Duskmorn Commander, and Evolving Wilds. Apart from those, none of the cards in Duskmorn Commander are standard legal. So, when you look at when the problem was, this was the first time Magic players had ever come across this, where here's a product that's being put out, but the stuff that's in it is not legal to play in a competitive format. In this case, at all, unless it's a reprint. So let's see if I can find one real quick without... Yeah, Righteous Charge would not be printed in a normal set until Gate Crash. Angel of Mercy, that was its original printing, but it would get another print in a normal set in Invasion. What was this? Like 2 years later. Angelic Wall would be printed a year or two after. No, would be printed the next year. So there are some, but a lot of these cards, what if I make these is reprint? Stuff that was a reprint by that point, Armageddon being the number one. Because Armageddon was originally printed all the way back in Alpha. That's the number one card from Portal's Second Age that people would want, at least out of white. Even at that point. Because Armageddon was a key part to a certain kind of strategy back then. Holly would be familiar with this. You had Ernemgeddon, and I think they did like they tried doing it with like Autumn Willow. Willowgeddon was a little harder because Ernemgeddon was easier because it was 4 mana, same as Armageddon. Armageddon destroys all lands. Indestructible lands realistically did not exist yet. Um, Barring like some very unique situations, which realistically very few, if anyone, ever played them. So, Armageddon and Urnam Jin both cost 4 mana. So, what you would do is you would drop Urnam on turn 4, Armageddon the following turn, and start attacking with a 4 or 5, and your opponent's stuck at like 1 mana a turn. So are you, but you've got a 4 or 5 beater in play. So you're able to make use of the tempo loss that your opponent's having to contend with. And by the time they get out of that situation, okay, maybe you've got enough to make another Urnam Jin. Yep. Okay, I'll take your word for it. So, but that was the problem that, so the problem is other cards that you would want to combine with Armageddon, in theory, you don't want them costing more than what Armageddon does. 4 is like your top end because you don't want to be casting your big, your big creature and then casting Armageddon. Like, you want to be able to cast Armageddon on, like, the turn after you cast your big threat, and not be wasting mana. Essentially, is probably the best way to think about it. You can kind of get away with it with a 5-drop, especially if you're in green. Like, if you're in green, you get things like Llanowar Elves and Birds of Paradise and whatever to make things a little easier. But you don't want to be doing that on, you don't want to be going, because the other thing is you want to be able to cast your Armageddon as soon as sensible. Yep. Wild Growth also no. Wild Growth, technically an option. I'd say a bad option, but technically an option. It's kind of like technically correct, the best kind of correct. This is technically an option, but the bad kind of technically an option. Yep, Mana Vault. Yeah, I mean, with Mana Vault, you could drop if you drop Mana Vault, let's say on turn 1. On turn 2, you cast a 4-drop. On turn 3, you go Armageddon. Then play your land for turn. And hold up, I don't know, Force Spike or Swords of Plowshares or Lightning Bolt or what have you. Yeah, just don't drop them in front of me, Harley. No. Anyway, we won't talk about that. Um, yeah, Holly and I've got a. We've known each other for a very, very long time. We'll put it that way. So therefore, a little the interplay between me and her is going to be a little different than me and some other people. Anyway, all that to say, you don't want to be dropped, like, realistically, you want to be casting Armageddon by turn 4. You know, but you already want your big threat online by the time you cast Armageddon. So ideally, when you want to play your big threat would be like as a 3-drop. There weren't any good 3-drops at that point, but there was Urnam Jin, which was a good enough 4-drop with a drawback that if you're playing Armageddon, does not matter. Because Urnam Jin's drawback is basically at the beginning of your upkeep until your next turn, you choose one of your opponent's creatures and give it Forest Walk. Which means if they've got not to that kind of power level. I mean, depending on what, because like for example, Ball Lightning was a good 3-drop, but not for that kind of deck. You want a creature that would stay around. You would be looking at what? Serendib Efreet? You play that on turn 3 and get pinged every turn, or you wait an extra turn and play a 4-drop that you've got a drawback that you can negotiate around. Keep in mind, we're talking at a point in the game when we're not talking. I don't think. Well, no, standard Armageddon lasted until 6th edition, but I'm talking like early. It took. I'm not sure Tempest had a decent enough, because we covered Tempest earlier. Let's say Mirage / Tempest at the latest. Take your 3-drops. Take whatever 3-drops existed. And compare them to what would happen if you had one more turn and got Urnam Jin in play. I'm not saying there weren't good 3-drops. I'm saying that for that kind of strategy, there weren't good 3-drops. Like you could have, I don't remember if it existed yet, but Paladin on Vec was a good 3-drop. But he's a 2/2 compared to a 4/5. You know, a 2/2 with 3 really good abilities, but still, at the end of the day, a 2/2 versus a 4/5 if you wait literally one more turn. And 4 mana is the latest you want to wait. Ball Lightning, great in a burn style strategy. Terrible in an Armageddon deck. Like, what good 3-drops were there that would be worth playing in a deck that contained Armageddon? So, without... Let's keep with this. Mana value equals 3. And date less than, let's say, 1998. So anything from 97 and earlier. Power greater than... Let's say power greater than 1. Alright. So, The Lords will skip because that requires you to play other creatures of that type, and at that point they did not affect themselves because they had a different creature type. ESG, you play that so that you can get in sooner. Steel Golem, you cast that, you suddenly can't play a second Golem. Slivers, possibly. Mana War, um, Mana War is if Mana War would be okay, but again, like a lot of these guys are also only going to be 2/2s. You really need something that's going to be better than 2 power. You know, and there's a lot of 2 power creatures. Actually, you know what? Let's look at power greater than 2. 43 cards. That's a reasonable starting point. Elvish Ranger dies to a Stray Freeze. Anybody gets a 1-drop out, it's dead. Mishai Jin. This is great on defense. In comparison, you wouldn't want Mishai Jin. You'd want Idwin Ifrit. Because Mishai Jin will stop attacking. Like it will be tapped, but it won't be attacking. Serendib Ifrit you could get away with as a 3/4 flyer. It takes 4 turns. Yeah, this would take 4 turns to deal 12 damage. This basically takes 7 turns to deal 20 damage. Or, Urnam Jin takes 5 turns to deal 20 damage. So you make up a turn from 3-drop versus 4-drop. But then this still takes another additional turn on top of that. Island Tome isn't going to be useful at all. Forest Tome is not going to be useful at all. Viashino's Sandstalker, the Viashino's coming back to hand means you have to recast them. Oh, but I have no lands left. Tetsuo you could potentially get away with, but I wouldn't in a deck like that. Idwin Ifrit, you could make an argument for. It's a 3/6. Its biggest drawback is requiring triple red to cast, which means that your mana base would be heavy on red, lighter on white. So you need to run like plateaus and a bunch more mountains. You'd be like 4 plateaus, 4 City of Brass, and mostly mountains on top of that. Because realistically, the dual lands that existed back then were not great because you didn't even have. You had the allied pain lands, like Karplusan Forest, etc., but you didn't have the opposing ones yet. So you didn't have access to Battlefield Forge. You had the come into play tapped version, which in a pinch maybe you have to, but Rogue Sky Captain has an upkeep cost that's going to, if you don't pay it, it goes to the opponent. Nope. Phyrexian Warbeast was actually decent back then. The problem is if it left play, which even meant unsummoned, you're getting yourself stone rained. Well, at least play sack a land that deals 1 damage to you. Hidden Horror, possibly you could get away with. Fallow Worm, maybe. Mercenary Knight is basically another Hidden Horror, but easier to cast. But, again, only available in Portal. So, therefore, it didn't exist yet. Oh yeah, I played in Vintage at one point. I was trying to build a cheap Vintage deck years and years and years ago before I started doing anything with Oath of Druids. Uh, I was trying to build a mono blue aggro deck. And that was actually key to it. Brushwag, no. Craven Giant, 4-1 that can't block. You might as well play green so that you can have a 4-1 that can block. Literally the same size, same cost, same stats. Oh, but oh no, you were in Stronghold. You would have been good at that point. uh yeah, a lot of cards that were just a lot of the stuff that existed that back then just was not great. You know, you'd have like 2 or 3 options that you could play on well, you'd have maybe 5 options that you could play on turn 3. But unless it had 4 power, exactly. If it had 4 power, that suddenly meant 2 turns less on your clock. And if you're looking at 4 power creatures, you might as well go straight to Urnham Jin, who's got a much more workable drawback that the Armageddon you're already playing is going to counteract. If you're not going to do that, if you're not taking that route, if you're looking for a 3-drop, I don't know. I would want a 3-drop with power greater than 3, which is 11 cards. No, 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 because we're returning it back to your hand. Oh yeah, and let's take out the walls. This, if it does anything, dies at the end of turn. This can't block. Thundering Worm, not legal. Mercenary Knight, not legal. You're basically looking at Fellow Worm and Hidden Horror. Or not Mishai Jin, you'd have to run Edwin of Freet and you'd be swinging for 3. No. Because you would really want Mishai Jin, but you need to be good at coin flipping. So your next bet is to go to mana value of 4. And at 4, you start getting options. Hell, later, Cinder Giant might have actually been playable. The other thing to keep in mind, though, is that Urnham Jin has got 5 toughness. Not only does that mean that it can go up against other 4-power creatures and survive, if it has at least 4 toughness, it survives Lightning Bolt, which is huge. That 5th point of toughness means it can go up against other things that people are trying to accelerate out, like Suchi, for example, was a big deal back then. This guy. 4 mana for 4/4. When it dies, you get 4 colorless mana. You could, like this and the original Juggernaut, were just huge creatures back in the day. And they were artifact creatures, and you had cards like Mishra's Workshop. Go back to Antiquities. And, this was basically, this is like a colorless gilded lotus every turn. This is basically a land that was, oh, what do you call it? Holly, Thran Dynamo. This is Thran Dynamo as a land. Oh, but I can only use it to cast Artifact. Okay, my entire deck is lands and artifacts. Do not care. You get a Thran Dynamo as a land every turn. You will take that every turn. Oh yeah, Suchi. Yeah, it's a $90 uncommon. 90 US uncommon. So you're looking around 125-ish Canadian, I think. So, yeah. But once you start looking at, once you start looking at 4 drops, anything that's got an easily workable drawback that can work on its own. Urnham Jim was just so good at that point. Anyway. But yeah, Armageddon was like it was the number one card I remember people saying they wanted from the set. Because Armageddon was still a big strategy at that point. Play a big for its cost, decent sized creature, wipe the board of all lands, and start just beating down. And while they're trying to catch up, you don't have to worry as much about catching up. You can just go, oh, that's nice. Bolt. Bolt. Oh, you got a 1/1. Okay. Or you've got a 2/2. Cool. Swords to Plowshares. Sure, you're going to gain 2 life back. I'm still hitting you for 4 turn. Yeah. Anyway. Portal Second Age. Town Sentry. 3 mana for a 2/2, which is basically... It was hard for white to get a 2 mana 2/2 even at this point at common. They were... You quite often got a lot of cards that were costed that way. But just to get a straight up 2 mana 2/2 took a lot of doing. I think at common, it took them until it might have been Portal's Second Age that was the first time they actually got. But you commonly had cards like this. Well, box, it gets +0/+2 till end of turn. This is fine. But, I mean, you're paying an extra mana for it to get, 2 more points of toughness till end of turn. If you can somehow pull out extra blocking ability, I will point out that the wording on this says whenever it blocks. Not whenever it blocks a creature. And there are 2 different ways this can work. If it says whenever it blocks, anytime it's assigned as, I'm blocking 1 or more creatures this combat, I get this boost. Whenever this blocks a creature, I got this thing on me that allows me to block 2 additional creatures each combat. Cool. I block 3 creatures. Well, I'm blocking this creature, and I'm blocking this creature, and I'm blocking this creature. The first instance, it's I'm blocking. Now it's I'm blocking a creature, so for each creature that I blocked, I would get the boost. So if this had been worded, whenever this blocks a creature, then if it blocks 3 creatures, it would get +0/+6 till end of turn. Town Sentry is always going to be on blocking duty. You should just assume this is going to be a 2/4 much of the time. See if you can find a 3-mana 2/4 with a useful ability. And at common, that should still be fairly easy. Temple Elder. Again, because this was Portal, certain abilities that you would just simply do once, once every turn cycle, they turn around and said, on your turn, before you attack, X. That doesn't make this necessarily bad. A non-Portal version of this card would just simply say, tap, you gain 1 life. And this entire section would be knocked out. The assumption generally was that attacking is usually going to be the last thing that you're going to do on your turn. You're generally going to be casting other stuff first. I think even in Portal, they allowed you to cast stuff after combat, but it was generally going to be stuff that wasn't going to be relevant during combat. And even so, most people would commonly do whatever, then attack. In fact, from what I understand, in Pokemon, which Wizards of the Coast, from what I understand, originally was printing the cards for them. Yeah, Pokemon, the TCG was, as far as I understand, originally Wizards of the Coast property. Combat was the last thing that you did on your turn. So that might be part of why they end up doing the on your turn before you attack block. You can do better than this now. It's not... even in a life gain deck, I would not generally play this card. I would play this card if it fulfilled multiple things at the same time. Like, one of the guys in the chat room I like to visit, every so often he'll nudge me and go, hey, by the way, you're making all these decks with nothing but commons. Why do you go make any that are just uncommons? I'm like, this was specifically an uncommon in Portal 2nd Age and has not been reprinted. What if, what if I'm building a cleric deck and I'm only using uncommons? And I don't know, I'm playing mono white, and it's specifically a life gain strategy. Allowing me to play with cards like a Giant's Pride Mate and so forth, which commonly get printed, no pun intended, at uncommon. Then this might, this might end up finding a way to squeeze in because of that. But maybe not. Creatures that got lifelink also gave me ways to gain life. Um, can I find something along lines of revitalize, which is like 1 white plus 1, gain 3 life, draw a card at instant speed. Yeah, exactly. So this this I could find a niche for to be able to, but it would have to meet like Town Sentry. I'm not gonna say is unplayable, but the reason to play it would be because it meets very, very stringent specific requirements. Temple Order, same thing. Just Fate. Destroy target attacking creature for 3 mana and instant speed is not actually terrible. I like the OG wording better than this because it makes things. It writes things out in a way that's easier to grasp faster. Play Just Fate only after you're attacked before you declare blockers. The Oracle text is more technically accurate. Yep. Does not. Holly, yeah, you're completely right. Doesn't care if the creature is tapped or this, that. What? Are you attacking? Cool, die. This is not a terrible card. Yes, there are better options. There's almost always better options. One can make an argument there are better options for certain decks than, let's say, Ancestral Recall or Black Lotus. You can make an argument for those. You can make an argument that Gilded Lotus is better than Black Lotus because Black Lotus is only a one-shot. Gilded Lotus gives it to you turn after turn after turn. It's got a bigger, initial investment, but once that initial investment is paid off, i.e., 5 mana versus 0, you're getting that boost of 3 mana every single turn. There's a reason why cards like Black Lotus, the Moxen, Soul Ring, Ancestral Recall, and even quote unquote lower cards like Counterspell. Wizards of the Coast is constantly trying to find ways to quote unquote reprint them without actually reprinting them. You go back to Time Spiral, for example, and we got Lotus Bloom, which is literally Black Lotus, but when you try to quote unquote cast it initially, you have to initially exile it for 4 turns and wait for it to come off suspension. And then it becomes, once it comes out from being suspended, is literally Black Lotus. Still a big deal in some decks and some formats. If you're playing a storm style strategy, you want that. Also the fact that it can be cheated into play with effects like Trinket Mage won't do it because it'll put it in your hand, but anything of that kind of nature, Wargate will bring it into play for 3 mana. I can see the card name and I can't think of it. Word of Invention can bring it directly into play. And then when you sack it, because it's an artifact, it can be brought back into play versus cards like Second Sunrise and Face Reward and whatever else. In fact, you can use it in. There used to be a deck years ago called Bomberman, which was Oh, what do you call it? It had an activated ability that was like one white, one other. I think it was like a 2/4 or something like that. Uh, colon return target artifact card with mana value 1 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. And it was legal in Legacy. Yeah. Argivian something? No. Wasn't there? You know the card I'm talking about. Target artifact card with mana. Oriok Salvagers. That thing. Oh, dear hand. Oh, that doesn't work. No, it worked with Lion Side Diamond. It worked with Lion Side Diamond. What were they using with Lotus Bloom? I forget. But yeah, salvagers would turn around and yep, yep, and eventually you end up with enough mana that you could turn around. And not only that, but because Zodiac Salvagers had you cast it, I know in Vintage this worked because you did that with Black Lotus. And you keep reanimating Black Lotus, and it was less the mana and more the fact that you got it for free every turn. And so you could end up with, and because you were consistently casting it, you could end up with a storm count of over 9,000 and then pick your storm combo win of choice. You know, do you have, do you want to split out, infinite number of tokens with Empty the Warrens? Do you want to mill your opponent out with Brain Freeze? Do you want to burn their faces off with Tendrils, etc., etc.? Those are the three big ones that people typically played. You have other options too. And or do you want to have like this one nowadays you could do that, generate all this infinite mana and what was it called? That blue thing with flashback that's got, it's basically Time Twister with 2 blue plus 1 for the flashback cost. Do that a few times. And is it? No, it's not Walk the Eons. Walk the Eons has got buyback of sacking 3 islands, I think. Damn it. Echo of Eons. Ooh, that's cool. That's also cool. Anyway. How did we get there from here? I forget now. But yeah, just Fate. Right. Yeah, I was saying they were constantly trying, like, and Echo of Eons is another good example of, they keep trying to reissue certain cards without actually reprinting them. This is basically Time Twister at double the cost, but if it's in your graveyard, it's you cast it from your graveyard as a Time Twister. Because that's literally exactly what this ability does. So, but yeah, just like I said, Just Fate. The biggest problem at all with Just Fate, and the only reason I would say play something else instead, this is only good if you are the one being attacked. If you got rid of that entire first line, if you got rid of that entire first line, this would be this wouldn't be $1 rare. This would probably be like might even be $10. To be fair, it's partly that high, quote unquote, because it's in a set that nobody really opened. Because Magic at that point was not so complicated that you couldn't teach some, like, even the way it is nowadays. You can teach somebody the basics of how a game plays, probably about 15 or 20 minutes. The smart move is warn them ahead of time and go, there's a lot more to this, but here's the basics. It's kind of like Dungeons and Dragons in that context. I have a very old copy of the Dungeon Master's Guide from back when you had basic Dungeons and Dragons and advanced Dungeons and Dragons. This is from first edition. This is not the original issue of this volume. uh, Holly, feel free to like text me or text it to me. I'll look at it later. Um, unless it's something that you want to like meet up or something instead. Dungeons and Dragons is one of those games that the basic idea, especially with modern versions, anything I would say from 3rd edition onward, probably more true with 5th edition. You can get the person to understand how D&D works in probably about 20 minutes. You can give them some simple, basic examples of what races are and classes are and so forth. But you have the more important thing there is getting the person to understand this is how a role-playing game doesn't have to specifically be D&D, but this is how a role-playing game works. TLDR, you got a bunch of people around a table. One person describes a situation that your character or the group or whatever is in. You turn around and say, this is how my character reacts to that situation. That's it. Everything else is based around the mechanics of the game. Oh. Most modern versions of Dungeons and Dragons will have you roll a 20-sided die. Yes, this one is really, really fancy and colorful, and I bought it at Fan Expo when I was there about a week and a half ago. You roll this, you add certain modifiers. You try to meet or beat a specific target number. So let's say you have to roll, let's say the difficulty is 15. And that could be the defense of a creature that you're attacking. How hard a spell is to resist. Whether or not you can successfully negotiate, you know, a tightrope that's being you know, strung across from rooftop to rooftop. Anything like that. 15. Okay. I roll the die. I rolled a 7. Okay. If I have at least 8 points of modifier from my dexterity, from training, from this, whatever else. If I've got at least 8 points to deal with, 7 plus 8 is 15. 15 is the difficulty I need. I at least meet it. I succeed. If I don't, I fail. Then I have to deal with the consequences. When it comes to combat, it's just, well, I didn't hit, so the blow bounced off the opponent's armor, they dodged it, whatever. If I'm trying to balance, across a tightrope that's suspended in the air, if I fail, I'm not going to get very far. If I fail badly, I fall. I take falling damage. But the absolute basics of the game, you can explain to somebody and they can understand the absolute basics in a few minutes. And you can get them to get a feel of how the game plays probably in about 15-20 minutes. But this is the book for the person running the game from this version of the game. The player's handbook is slightly smaller. Then there's multiple books with monsters and other optional books on top. And anything beyond that is just more options. If you're playing 3rd edition, if you're playing 5th edition, one person's got access to the Dungeon Master's Guide. So they know certain things that the person running the game needs to know. Everyone needs access to the player's handbook. Not saying they should have their own. If they do, great. Makes things easier on everybody. I would suggest at least one for every 2 people is good. I personally care less if it's paper, but I find the actual physical book a lot easier to deal with when you're flipping back and forth. Especially if you end up bouncing back and forth between the same 4 sections or whatever. It's just easier to go, oh, thunk. The person running the game needs access to the monster manual. Anything beyond that is just more options to throw in. Magic, very similar. Get them the basic understanding of how the game works in a few minutes. Get them to go through a few turns so that they get how it actually plays. Probably about 15-20 minutes. If you were to take the actual comprehensive rule book and print it out to be a book like this, this has got about 230-ish pages. It'd be about the same size as this book, assuming you're using the same kind of paper. But that covers everything. All right. Holly, best thing to do in a situation like that is message me anyway. Um, because depending on when you're trying to get hold of me, I may be busy with something else. I may not. Um, Message me, and basically it's like, hey, you got time right now, etc., etc., and then I can call you back or whatever, and we can go from there. Anyway, all that being said, Portal was designed to be a an easier version of the game for people to learn how to play. But if you had a local gaming store of any sort, which at that point realistically you were looking at a hobby store, um, people that sold stuff for Dungeons and Dragons, for example, would carry stuff for this. Um, if you were realistically, this was going to be originally, I don't know if I want to say marketed, but the most common people that I ever saw playing it when I was new to the game were quote unquote older. It wasn't something teenagers were playing. Most people playing this game were older. Uh, you know, early to mid 20s, etc., etc. And so, them being able to understand how things work, as a general rule, you could get it through fairly easily. And I don't know a good way to word what I'm going to say. I apologize if certain people find this insulting. If you know better wording for what I'm trying to get across, please feel free to let me know. there are there was a group of people that I used to associate with. Um, to be fair, things have changed over the years. I do not like how some of them have treated me over the years, etc. So, I no longer associate with that crowd. I had, but there was a group of people that I used to associate with who, some of them were, um, it took a lot more effort to get them to understand certain things than than dealing with a typical person. Um, it it required anyone that follows computers at all. If you have, let's say, a 14th generation Intel CPU, and let's say that's what you're used to dealing with, and then suddenly you are dealing with, and I'm using an extreme example only for the purposes of illustration. That's it. AKA to get the point across and go, oh yeah, I get what you mean. A lot faster. That's it. If you're used to dealing with a 14th gen Intel CPU, or, ninth edition Ryzen, and suddenly you are put on a computer that is 4th gen Intel, or, or a pre-Ryzen AMD CPU. And you assign both of them the same task. The second computer will get there in the end. It'll just take a lot more time, a lot more effort, and a lot more patience. The people I was dealing with would require a lot more time, a lot more effort, a lot more patience, because they were not able to process the same amount of information as quickly as others, for whatever reason. But they learned how to play Magic, and they learned how to play Dungeons and Dragons. And while they may not have been great at either game, they eventually learned enough about the game to go, oh, this says it's an instant. This means I can cast it at any time, including in response to other stuff. It took some time, but they eventually got that. And so you can treat people with all you can teach people with all sorts of with all sorts of capabilities how to play the game. What I find is useful is if you can compare this to something they're already familiar with. It makes learning anything a lot easier. If I'm talking to a Yu-Gi-Oh player and they say, "Yeah, I don't get how this game works." Yeah, you see the word instant? Just mentally think of that as quick play, you're fine. Oh, it's a little more nuanced than that, but essentially it's the same idea. Trample is piercing damage and, this, that, and whatever else. Oh! So, um, but yeah, as a result, and again, the game had only been out for about 5 years. It was not hard to teach somebody how to play the game, even at that point. Um, it was not hard to teach somebody how to play the game, even at that point. The biggest thing to understand is when you start getting new abilities and whatever else, internalizing what those mean. But eventually you'll get the hang of it. And if you're lucky and you're dealing with cards like this, it's pretty straightforward. You're not dealing with, well, what happens when you got two instances of flanking? What happens when, you know, this has got banding and phasing? What does that actually mean? Etc. etc. Don't worry about it. Something like this is pretty straightforward. It says what it does on the tin. And it was so there. This is like it's almost like their heart was in the right place, but rather than producing products that weren't playable, i.e., that people outside somebody learning how to play the game, they weren't useful. Just give the people that are teaching those how to play the game more support somehow. And that eventually ended up being a thing. They had like welcome decks and learn to play decks, and they had the guru program at one point and a few other things. And those are great tools for teaching somebody how to play the game, or for supporting the people who are going out and teaching somebody how to play the game. The other problem with sets like Portal Second Age, though, is we were told, yeah, they're not legal for tournament play unless it's one of this handful of cards. So, unless it was, a card like Armageddon, for example, which already existed at that point, or, one of like a handful of other cards in the set. Cool, I figured out how this game works. I'm ready to go to my first tournament. The stack of cards that you got from this, apart from a handful of them, were not useful. You had to go and get a completely new deck. You had to. And the cards that you would be getting maybe were better. Fire Ambush. Good example. Coming out next week, as in its Portal 3 Kingdoms. 2 mana, 3 damage to any target. Sorcery. At this point, you had Volcanic Hammer, which originally would have got printed in Portal, Starter. It wouldn't be until it got its first... No, it's not. It wouldn't be till it got its first official printing in 7th edition, aka in 2001, that you could play Volcanic Hammer, which was basically Fire Ambush with a different name. No. And Lightning Bolt at that point was considered too strong. So you would have to upgrade but downgrade, so kind of side grade over to Shock. I say it's a side grade because you upgrade from going from sorcery to instant, and it's a mana cheaper, but you downgrade to the fact that it only deals 2 damage, not 3. Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. Oh yeah. Rift Bolt. It's probably the best analogy I can think of. Because it commonly gets suspended for one and then casts the next turn. But yeah, Fire Ambush. If you had Fire Ambush, you would be hunting high and low for something else that was like... You'd have to upgrade straight to Lightning Bolt, and Lightning Bolt may or may not be legal in the format you were playing. You didn't really have any other good 3 damage options. And so, yeah. Portal, Second Age, Portal 3 Kingdoms, Starter 99, Starter 2000, they were all in this weird limbo where they're great for teaching somebody how to play the game, but then useless once they learned how to play the game and actually want to get into actual legitimate formats. They want to get into Type 2, which we now call Standard, or Type 1, which we now call Vintage, Extended, which I guess Pioneer would be the closest modern day analogy, because it's like the last few years worth of cars, or few years worth of sets, but not like really far back. I think it was like the last like 6 years or something like that. And rotated like every 3 years, which I thought was a cool idea. Um, uh, you're gonna make me look this up, aren't you? There. So 4th edition ones are, yeah, so they're, wow. 4th edition is $1.62. Revised is $1.50. And I think it might have to do with the coloration on it, because revised looks a little more faded than the 4th edition does. Although the 4th edition one is a little more accurate to the original printing, or to the Oracle text, because it's deals 3 damage to any target. Revised is does 3 damage to 1 target. You could make a coin toss. It's a coin toss. Anyway, if these had been legal for tournament play since day one, oh, I wonder if that's why they did that. So people wouldn't be cracking the packs just to get the playables or the tournament playables, and then like leave nothing for the people that wanted to actually get in to the game. Maybe. Anyway, TLDR, it was really awkward for everybody involved. But if this had been legal since day one, this probably would have been like a $10 card by now. Which, again, you're looking at a card that's 27 years old. It's not $10 for a playable from 27 years ago is not bad. But I mean, take a look at some of the stuff. Let's just sort by USD descending. most expensive card in the set. Probably what I should have used for the thumbnail. It's a $50 card. It only has one other physical printing. And honestly, I kind of like that version. I wouldn't say no to either one, but I kind of like the Mystery Booster version. It's also like immensely cheaper. Piracy, which only got reprinted in Starter 99. I would love to have a copy of Piracy. Until end of turn, you may tap lands you don't control for mana. Spend this mana only to cast spells. Razor Claw Bearers, basically a 3/3 that, if it's blocked, is a 5/5 till end of turn. Armor, $38 there. $37 for Armageddon. $23 for Portal or for Temporal Manipulation. $20 for Righteous Fury, which is really good. Goblin Lore, the first card that actually got like a normal printing, I think. Yeah, none of the rest of these got a normal. Oh no, apart from Armageddon. Yeah, Goblin Lore was the first card to get a normal printing. $13 down to 10th edition, which is like 40% the price. Dakmar Sorceress, $11. Put her in Mystery Booster 2, and she's not even $1. But yeah. Um but yeah, like decently playable cards, they're like about $10 or so. This probably would have fallen in there. Um Troken High card. This is literally a white hill giant. The problem with this is by the time this was printed, better cards had already existed, even back from Alpha. Let's see here. Date less than 1998. Rarity common. ID equal white. Color equal white. Mana value equal 4. Mana 3. So it costs 4 mana, but it has a 3 in its cost, which means it only has a single colored mana symbol. Let's see here. Toughness greater than 1. And mine's type wall. Flying first strike, you can make an argument for that being better. And again, I'm looking at the same rarity. Flying first strike, huge. Foot soldiers 2/4 versus a 3/3. It's about on par. Heavy ballista. It's a 2/3 that you can tap to deal 2 damage to any creature in combat. That does a lot. Mounted archers. A 2/3 with reach that you can spend a white to give it the ability to block additional stuff. Cool. 2/2 banding trample. Sacred Knight. Can't be blocked by black and or red creatures. Black creatures can't block it. Red creatures can't block it. You lose a point of toughness, but you've got a decent shake towards being unblockable. Semite Alchemist. Are you dealing with damage prevention? If you got additional way to untap your creature, Semite Alchemist ends up being really, really silly. Spotted Griffin. You lose a point of power, but you give it flying. Temco Griffin. Flying and banding. So basically, this entire column here, this second column, flying and first strike plus banding and trample equals banding and flying. And then here's banding and trample. So you're looking at, I mean, you've got options. I mean, yes, in general, they're all 2/2s. You know, they're 2/2s, 2/3s, 3/2s. So size-wise, they're slightly smaller. But when you've got, say, flying and first strike, I would probably play this. I would probably play a Kundu Griffin over the Troken High Guard, because this can be chump blocked all day. This has got flying and first strike. This is basically Thunder Spirit. 2/2 flying first strike with one of the white mana shifted to 2 colorless, which is a common strategy, no pun intended. And a downshift in a matching downshift in rarity from rare down to common because now it's a 4-drop instead of a 3-drop. This thing, I loved this guy back in the day. And I wish I had a playset of him still. 2 mana for a 2/2 flying first strike. So good. A Kundu Griffin. The funny thing about a Kundu Griffin is you play with cost reducers and this thing can get down to a single mana. Unlike Thunder Spirit, which can only get down to 2. But I would play the hell out of that. Like, you send in 2 Trokin High Guards against my 2 Kundu Griffins. I'll take 3 damage the second time, double block your 1 High Guard, and then the next turn, I'll kill the other High Guard because first strike wins. Yeah. The only reason I can see to play Trokin High Guard, A, you're playing with low rarity stuff. B, it's a knight. C, you've got enough cost reducers to bring it to less than 3 mana. If you get a 2/2 for 3, you're doing good. A 2/2 for 3 is eh. I don't even think you get a 2/2 for a 2/2 for 3. A 3/3 for 3. I don't even think you match a 3/3 for 3 in standard anymore. Format type 2, rarity common, power equals 3, toughness equals 3, ID equal white, color equal white, and value less than 4. 8 options. And all of them do things. This occasionally has lifelink. This puts counters on stuff. This makes additional tokens. This, if you've got tap stuff, gains 2. This is basically, at the beginning of your end step, gain a life. This gives this on your turn. This and stuff with counters on them have first strike. This boosts all your other creatures until it explodes. This kind of has vigilance. And this grows when your stuff dies. All of that, and that's just stuff that's currently in standard. At the same rarity as this, that are 3/3s. You know what? Cards as checklist. Oh, you don't actually tell. Okay, fine. Inspiring Paladin is a knight. It's the only one that's human knight. Human knight. Same creature types. Literally, you don't play Troking Highguard unless you have to. And at the same cost, like, and now you get a 3/3 with abilities for 1 mana less. You're fine. Allowborn Grenadier, also common. 2/2 with Vigilance for double white. One of the earliest ways we got a 2/2 for 2 One of the earliest ways we got a 2/2 for 2 at common was making it double white. But at double white, we had to give it something more. It was, you didn't get basically grizzly bears in white. It was like, the funny thing is, when Squire, the card that we meme about so hard, Glory Seeker? Hopes if I spell it correctly. Originally printed in Onslaught, which was 2002, which would be 4 years later. Oh yeah. The the one I chat with that likes to evangelize. Yeah, he and I had this discussion earlier. Apart no, sorry, it wasn't this discussion. It was getting a 1/2 for 1. Basically Woodland Druid in white. In a normal set, it took until the first trip to Innistrad for us to get just a 1/2 for 1 at common. I don't remember if we looked through. I don't remember if we looked for. Actually, you know what? Is bear rarity common? ID equal white. Date less than 2000. So Fresh Volunteers was in Masks. Knight Errant, originally in the first Portal set, would not get a proper printing until 7th edition. Proper, because you remember back at that point, these were not legal for tournament play. Yeah. For just a straight up 2/2 for 2, no abilities, etc., etc. Knight Errant in Portal and into 7th edition, or Fresh Volunteers in Masks. If we want something more than that, we eventually got Alaborn Grenadier in Portal's Second Age, or Steadfast Guard in Masks, which is the same card the following year. That being said, this is a card I can get behind because, yeah, a rebel without a clue. This is a card that I can get behind because it's 2 mana for a 2/2 at common that does something. It's not just a 2/2 for 2. It does something. It doesn't do a lot, but it does something. It has vigilance. Having vigilance on a creature does a lot more than it first appears. It's not as pretty as for it's not as schmexy as something like First Strike, but it means you can attack and you can block with it, which is a huge deal when you're trying to be an aggressive deck. So a card like Alaborn Grenadier, I can get behind that so much faster than I can get behind, Trokan High Guard, or, Town Sentry. Just because it's so much more useful. Warrior Stand. Warrior Stand is cool. Again, 1/1 Vigilance. I mean, you can pull that up yourself, too. You have access to a browser. You can look that up too. Was that no? That wasn't Tundra Rolls. 1/1 Vigilance. uh, Power equal 1, toughness equal 1, value equal 1, ID equal weight, O vigilance. Sort by release date, not reprint. Mystic Penitent. And at common, was that Dissension? No, Guild Pact. At common, Guild Pact was our first one. And then Segovian Leviathan. Or not Leviathan, Segovian Angel. It took us to get a 1/1 for 1. Yeah. And now you can't get just a 1/1 for 1. It's a 1/1 for it's a 1/1 vigilance for 1 with something else. In fact, the funny thing is Segovian Angel, with the possible flavor exception of angel of creature type, has been power crept already, and that's in Modern Horizons 1 by Miner's Guidewing. It's literally the same card with a dice trigger. Same rarity. You came out 4 years later. 2019, before COVID versus after COVID. Yeah. GG. Anyway, Warrior Stand. Cast only. Okay, after you're attacked. So, Warrior Stand. If this was a common, I would play it in my mono white commons deck. The thing to keep in mind about this is this only works if you're the one being attacked. However, it does give your entire team +2/+2 till end of turn for 2 mana. As a general rule of thumb, for 1 mana in white as an instant, you'll get target creature gets +2/+2 and some other thing. +2/+2 and flying, +2/+2 and first strike, or maybe +2/+0 or whatever. But somewhere in that ballpark. Or maybe it gets a +1/+1 counter or something. And so for 2 mana as an instant, you could get +3/+3, or maybe 2 creatures each get +2/+2 or something. To suddenly go, cool, my entire team gets +2/+2 till end of turn. Surprise! I'm telling you right now, if you're playing any sort of token strategy or any sort of deck where you've got a bunch of creatures, you are playing with Eldrazi Monument, let's say. If you've got cards, if your deck is built with, you're playing Eldrazi Monument and you can make use of it because you have stuff that when it dies makes tokens, or it can come back from the graveyard easily, or this or that or whatever. Are you playing white? This will throw off so much combat math. You have to wait until they've declared what, who they're attacking and what with. And if they're aiming your direction, bam. The funny thing is, and only if you've been attacked this step. If any of the creatures that are being sent to attack are going after you, for 2 mana, you cast this. And even if everything else is being sent at your planeswalkers or battles you're defending or this or that or whatever, or other opponents, as long as at least one of them is going after you, you drop this, then you declare blockers and everything goes, your opponents are going, oh crap, now what? And it's 2 mana for 2/2, +2/+2 for everything you control. And you can pick this up for a quarter. If you're going to an actual local game store, I would easily pay $1 for this card. Like me personally, this is just so, yes, there's a bit of a restriction. You can deal with it. You're playing Commander. Who cares? And even in a 60 card format, like for talking kitchen table, yeah, I'd pick up 4 of them. $1 each, sure. You shouldn't pay more than like 50. Oh yeah. Oh, it's insane. If this was common, do you know how much this would break Pauper? Yeah. Are you playing white? Are you playing with enough creatures that, like, realistically, if you've got at least, I would say, as long as you've got at least 2 creatures on the board, if you've got 2 creatures on the board that'll be affected by this is okay. This is fine. It's about on par with some of the other buffs that exist around this cost. If it's going to affect at least 3 creatures, you're pulling ahead. Actually, I would say at 3, that probably balances with this. At 4, just play it. If you figure it's reasonable for, to handle 4 blockers, you've got at least 4 creatures this will affect. And if you're playing a token strategy, just play it. You're playing white, throw it in. It's the chance of you not having good use for this, just play it. Which, like, 24 cards. We're only on the 6th most popular card that's not a reprint. In mono white from Portal Second Age. The 6th least popular card is Warrior Stand, and it's really strong. Angel's Fear. I like this card. I wish I had a copy. I might actually hunt down a copy for Kalia's Angels. 6 mana for a 3/5. When it dies, you may shuffle it back in your library. Again, saving yourself against mill strategies, have a sack outlet. Have any sort of sack outlet. Have Ashnod's Altar, Fanatical Devotion, anything remotely along the lines of this Rosier. Anything. Oh, okay. You're going to try and mill me out. Cool. The beginning of my... Yeah. No, I wouldn't go Bone Splinters, though I get your point. Only because Bone Splitters is a sorcery. You want something that you can do to use to use a term that you would appreciate. I want something that you could use as a fast effect. AKA I want something that I can play as an instant. Um, yeah, Holly's also been playing Magic for a very, very, very long time. She started after I did, but she's also been playing more than 20 years. She remembers fast effects. Yep. Wee! So being able to suddenly sacrifice this, you know, cool. At the beginning of my upkeep, I will sacrifice this. I'll put it on top of my. I'll shuffle it into my library. Cool. Now we'll draw it for a turn. And you just keep doing that. And it's hard to get past you. I want a copy of this. I'm going to make it. So, Holly, next time you come over, whenever that is, I'm going to have to show you the list of. I have a list that I'm working on of cards that I want. Stuff I want for various decks that I'm coming across that it's like, how did I forget about this? I may not have a specific deck in mind, but be like, I need this. Here's a good example. Take a good look at what that does. Take a good look at what color it is. Take a good look at what it affects. I need a copy of this. I don't know if I have one, but I need a copy of this. I need to throw this into my mono red commons deck. Well, maybe. I need to find a home for it somewhere. There's a lot of cards like that. That it's like, gee, I may have a copy too, but somewhere, exactly. But yeah, Angel of Fury, one of those cards. I'm probably going to find some way to throw it into Kalia somehow. I'll have to cut something for it. I have enough stuff to do reanimation that maybe I can cut something like, oh, what do you call it? Not on burial rates. Dread Return. Oh, no, not Dread Return. Um, uh, Soul Exchange. Yeah, exactly. uh, Alaborn Trooper, a 2/3 for a 2/3 for 3. To be fair, at this point, we were still trying to deal with Pearled Unicorn being considered fair. White, I think, was the first color to get a vanilla 2/2 for 2 after green, because green should get the better creatures. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Grey Ogre and Pearled Unicorn, exactly. So I think this was at the point when they were deciding that White's creatures should be better, not necessarily better than green, but better than what the other three colors were getting. White was supposed to be built around the idea of building an army, pumping the army, etc., etc., etc. Your creatures should reflect army, community, one side or the other. You should have decent creatures. So I wouldn't say this was pushed, but this was like when they started guiding us in that direction. But again, it took us till the original Innistrad to get a 1/2 vanilla creature for 1. Green got it in like Odysseys. So that for those that aren't paying attention, that's like what, a 5-year gap or something? No, more than 5 years, I think. So yeah, Alaborn Trooper. Wouldn't play it in a vanilla deck because, as I showed you earlier, you can get a 3/3 for 3 with the abilities in standard for this exact cost. But I would certainly play this over a lot of the other cards, like easily before Trokan Highguard. An extra point of power is not worth a full extra mana. Alaborn Veteran. To be fair, rare. To be fair for this time period, etc. Rare. An ability like this is actually really good. You can only use it before you declare attackers. Note that the Oracle text and the original wording both say before you attack or before attackers are declared. And it says, I'll bring this up again. Combat breaks down into 5 specific components, and the first, like 5 different steps, and the first one is actually specifically called beginning of combat. And if you ever see a card that says at the beginning of combat X happens, that's when that triggers. And then you get declare attackers. So Alaborn Veteran, you can do, I've left my pre-combat main phase, and then during beginning of combat, I'm going to tap this and pump my creatures. They now have to be like, oh, but if you're doing that, in a tournament setting, you have to be, if you want to do something during beginning of combat, you have to be very explicit with what you say on when you're doing stuff. You want to do something during beginning of combat, you have to say, I have effects during beginning of combat. In a casual setting, you're playing at the kitchen table, you can be a little more free with that. This is on your turn before you attack. So, okay, main phase. I'm done with my main phase. Anybody want to do anything before we start doing combat stuff? Cool. Tap these. Activate this into artifact lands. Yes, but you do have to do it before you declare what you're attacking with. as long as it's before you declare what you're attacking with. So you have that step of beginning of combat. That is the latest that you can do this. But yes, you can do it in response to other stuff. You can go, oh, I lightning bolt, I lightning bolt your creature. Okay, in response, Ellaborn Veteran. It's now bigger until the end of turn. By the way, now that combat's here, I'm going to attack you. The biggest drawback is this has to be done on your turn. But there's a decent number of cards that that already existed that had to be done on your turn anyway. So we can deal with that. There are cards I would play over this, but this is far from the most egregious card out there from this set. Volunteer Militia. I can't remember if it was this or if there's one before this in Portal itself. But this, I believe, is the first time, like, people like to joke about Squire. Now let me just pull up Squire itself for a moment. Couldn't remember if it was Legends of the Dark. Squire, one white plus 1 for 1/2. And cool flavor text. And that's it. So 2 mana, you get a 1/2. You had one job. 1994. 4 years later, in Portal Second Age, they print Volunteer Militia. They chopped a mana off. And suddenly you had a card that was just, it was enough better. The funny thing is, because of that second point of toughness, this could stare down things like Tundra Wolves, which was a 1/1 for 1 with first strike. This could stare down Tundra Wolves because it wouldn't die to the first strike combat. It would live long enough to swing back and kill the Tundra Wolves. Which was kind of a big deal because I believe Tundra Wolves was rare at that point. Tundra Wolves. Oh, no. You were coming across the board. I'll be damned. I misremembered. But this thing was really good. I think against Savannah Lions, I would want a 1/3, and realistically, at that point, you're paying 2 mana for a 1/3. But this was this was really good at that point. This just jumped in front of so much stuff, and even if you're dealing with trample, for a single mana you're absorbing 2 points of damage. So Ball Lightning is only going to deal 4 to you. Which is not nothing. I mean, they're still getting 4 damage for 3 mana, which is still a reasonable deal. But yeah, it's a vanilla creature, but it's a solid vanilla creature. And it was common, which I'm like, what? Speaking of 1/3s, in the same set we have Temple Acolyte. 2 mana for 1/3. When it enters, gain 3 life. Its original wording said when it comes into play from your hand, which realistically the wording probably would have got originally oracled to something like when this enters, if you cast it, you gain 3 life. But they got rid of the cast part because it can enter by other means that still have it technically come into play from your hand, like cards like Elvish Piper or, as we mentioned earlier, the what's it called, Norwood, I think it was Priestess, which is basically like the Portal Two King, Portal Second Age version of the same card. Yeah, but your opponent goes turn 1, Savannah Lines. You're like, okay, I don't have a turn 1 play. Cool, I'll attack for 2. Turn 2, I'll drop a Temple Acolyte. What? Yeah, it only deals 1 damage, but it's got 3 toughness. Oh, by the way, I gained 3 life. So even if you kill this and hit me again, you net result have only dealt 1 damage to me. Yeah, this is the sort of card that if you're building any sort of like a life gain deck, as an example, this is good. General rule of thumb, a card like this, like if you want a defensive creature that does it, Temple Acolyte is actually really good. If you want something that's a bit more aggressive, you want Lone Missionary, which is a 2/1 for the for a 2/1 for 2. That when it enters, you gain 4 life. If the life gain is the relevant part, play Lone Missionary first. This is still a decent amount of mana. Or, sorry, this is still a decent amount of life. And again, keep in mind, life gain in and of itself is, as a general rule of thumb, some exceptions apply. See your local retailer for details. Life gain in and of itself is generally bad. Life gain of any type attached to something else is going to make that something else so much better. This is an enters the battlefield ability. What happens if you exile this and return back to the battlefield? Well, it's now a enters trigger, not just enters from your hand. Did it enter? Cool, I'll gain 3 more life. What if you can do this consistently? You don't have to worry about how much life you're at. You can have over 9,000. No. Go away. So, if you can continually flicker this every turn, or multiple times a turn. Hell, one of my favorite cards to come up with is, something like this. Conjurer's Closet. At the beginning of your next step, you may exile target creature control, then return that card to the battlefield under your control. Although, I will point out, the funny thing about this card, it exiles a card that's under your control and brings it back under your control. It does not say you return it to owner's control. It comes back under your control. Compare that with cards that like to gain control of a creature that you can, I'm going to steal your creature till end of turn. This is going to make that control change permanent. Have fun. But yeah, if you're doing that every turn, then every turn you're gaining 3 life. And there's going to be stuff that triggers on gaining life. And if I'm trying to compare between, again, the idea of two different types of decks that specifically care about gaining life, and I'm gaining 10 life. Do I want 2 instances of gaining 5 life or 5 instances of gain 2 life? This is probably the top end-ish of how much life I want to gain at a time for the multiple instances, unless I've got a great way to like consistently reuse it. And it's probably near the bottom of what I want for how much life do I want to gain per instance, where I want less instances but more life per instance. Again, a Johnny's Pride Mate on this side and Well of Lost Dreams on this side. You know, they do two different things, and this one ideally wants you to gain a bunch of life at once. This one wants you to have a bunch of triggers. And Temple Acolyte is probably about the right point to straddle between the two. And it's a 2 mana for a 1/3 common. You know what? I could put this into any kind of life gain deck, and I'd probably be happy enough with it, considering it's a 2-drop common. Aliborn Musketeer. 2 mana for 2/1 with reach. Yeah. And again, common. If I did not build my mono white common stack the way I did, which was on the premise of I spend 1 card, I get at least 2 bodies out of it. If I did not build based on that premise, Aliborn Musketeer will probably have made it in very easily. Because a 2/1 with reach for 2 mana in white, like, that's really good. I would not, because the one great thing about having all these, yeah, basically. The one thing about having all these decks that I'm building that are just commons is because they're so cheap to build. Let's see, what was the one I had recently done? White, blue, black. I don't think it was elves. I think it was this one? Yeah. Lady of the Mountain. Boop. Lady of the Mountain. She's just a 6 mana 5/5 with no abilities, but she's red and green. Errated to become a giant. This specific deck is based around trying to cast big stuff on the cheap. And some of it has got built-in cost reducers like Monstrosity, or something a little more common to people would be an effect along the lines of Mere Enforcer. Or if I've got something with, something big that's got Convoke, would also fit this premise. And then cards like Goblin and Archimancer to reduce the cost of what I'm paying for my stuff. And I think it was this deck specifically. Deck stats said was worth $21. And the sleeves, I originally had it sleeved up in. And I found I had enough sleeves to change the sleeves I was using. But the sleeves I had it done up in were about $10 Canadian, or about $7 US. which suddenly meant a quarter of the price of my deck was just in the sleeves. I since found a stack of mono green Ultra Pros that I had floating around, and re-sleeved them up and that because that was a little more sensible. But yeah, um, but the thing about having all these commons only decks is I can take a deck idea and I can go, well, what if I redid it as this kind of deck? And rather than just, if I wanted to do that with, nah, you're a bad example. Oh, no, this is a great example. If I want to do that with my mono blue ramp deck that identifies as green, with things like Sphinx of Magosi and Crucible of Worlds and Shark Typhoon, and then interesting stuff like Volcanic Eruption for mass removal. And I had the idea of this is mono blue that identifies as green. What if I just built a mono blue deck that just didn't identify as blue? What if I built a mono blue deck that just did stuff that blue was not known for? Creatures with first strike, direct damage to stuff, trample, and, +1/+1 counters and stuff of that nature. What if I took that route instead? And started playing with, mono blue creatures that had evolve. What was that? That one drop, the 0/1 flyer. Um. Oh. Mana value equal 1. O flying. O evolve. Cloudfin Raptor. Whenever a creature you control enters, if that creature has greater power or toughness than this one, put +1 counter on this creature. So 0/1 flyer can go to, like, realistically, a 4/5 for 1 mana in a deck like this. Maybe throw a weapon rack in there to start putting +1 counters on stuff. Not the sort of thing that you expect in most decks, but in a deck that is, in the wrong color, quote unquote, for aggressive creatures. But it gives you an additional way to put +1 counters on stuff, and you could start doing some really, you can start doing combo shenanigans with that. In fact, I probably should consider throwing a copy of Weapon Rack in my, get back here, in my Commons Only Elves deck. Because this allows me to put a +1 counter on something that I might want to use to get a combo, kick-started. Maybe. We'll get back to you on that one. There's a few decks I could throw that in. That being said, if I am wanting to take mono blue, my normal mono blue deck, i.e., I'm using rares and mythics and uncommons and everything else, and I want to build a second deck of that style, like this is a good couple $100 or more invested in the deck. I do that with a deck that's nothing but commons, and I'm spending an extra $20, which, you know, for these decks, for these other decks, in some cases I'm spending 20 or more per card. If I suddenly need another copy of Urborg Tome of Yawgmoth, yes, yes there are. There's a few. Rarity, common, O, proliferate, ID equal blue. Have at you. Contentious plan. Experimental augury. Do already see play in Pauper, because you can do a blue-based poison deck. I don't remember if it's mono blue or blue plus something else. I think it might be Demir. I forget what you use to give the first poison counter, and then you just use stuff like Contentious Plan and Elemental Augury to just poison them out of the game. Fuel for the Cause, you might run a copy in a deck like that, but I wouldn't bother. But in a format like Commander, sure, go ahead, because this will do so much more. Jataxian Automatist would not bother in most formats. In Commander, sure. Guild Pact Informant, this is basically a second Thrumming Bird. Although Thrumming Bird only cares about dealing damage to a player, and Guild Pact Informant deals combat damage to a player or planeswalker. Kyora's Dambreaker, when it enters, proliferate. Mesmerizing Dose, enchant creature doesn't untap normally. When it enters, tap enchant creature, then proliferate. Steady Progress, proliferate then draw a card, which is basically Contentious Plan for one more mana, but as an instant. And then Vivisurgeon's Insight is also in that Pauper deck I mentioned, because 5 mana, draw 3 cards is about right for what you see quite commonly, no pun intended, in Pauper. It's hard to find draw 3 at less than, like, a good draw 3 that's playable at less than 5 mana in Pauper. It's hard. It's not impossible. But, for example, Shared Victory, I think it's called. The one that's like 1 blue, additional cost, tap 4 creatures you control. Does see some play. But it's hard to build a good deck that can actually make use of it. Because you need 4 creatures that you're willing to take a turn off. Probably. Bring the Ending. I know C's playing that deck. Oh, yeah, Prologue to Pheresis. Yeah. Yeah, and it draws you a card. And so, yeah, you can build it as mono blue in Pauper. That being said, I am nearly done. By the way, Holly, I might need to find out if you've got some random janky stuff for some of my decks. Some random janky stuff that you're willing to get rid of, sort of thing. It's not even a list. It's these 3 here at the top. I need them as my commanders for these decks, and good luck for me trying to pin them down. And one card I'm sure you have, because you liked Mercadian Masks. I need the white land that, no, she wasn't. No, she wasn't. Jasmine Boreal was. I think one of the other ones might have been, but not Lady Orca. I already looked into that. Yeah. And the other one I need is like the. You remember the common land cycle from Masks where it's like the peat bog, etc. I think the white one is remote farm. Yeah, I think the white one is remote farm. I need one of that. It's literally, if you happen to have any of these and that, right now, I need Torsten. I need Torsten and I need remote farm. And then that deck is basically done. Yeah, Holly and I live relatively close to each other. Enough said. I know, TMI. Anyway, as I was saying, if I was to build mono blue on the 10 minutes drive for wee, if I was to build a mono blue deck built around something that mono blue is not known for, having cheap, efficient creatures is not something that they're known for. A theme of +1/+1 counters is not something they're known for, which is part of the reason why, for example, Sphinx of Magosi makes it in here. Yes, it draws cards. It also gets +1/+1 counters on it, which was the big reason why I wanted it in that deck. I have Mana Drain in there, not because it counters the spell, although that's a side benefit, because it generates a bunch of mana. Although I could have very easily turned around and replaced. I had a couple of options I was going with, and I wanted Mana Drain because it was less mana intensive. Although thinking about it now, I'm thinking maybe I should have gone with was it Spell Crumple? I can't remember. It makes that it's like 5 mana instead, and it makes that many treasure tokens. Anyway, all that being said, yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. That's the one I was coin tossing with, and I couldn't figure out which one I want. And I think maybe I might want that one instead, just because the treasure tokens are going to be more useful to me than the mana from Mana Drain, because Mana Drain only gives you colorless mana. That being said, if I'm to build another blue but not blue deck, it's going to be 2, 3, 4, 500 dollar investment into building it. I'm going to want Psionic Blast, and I'm going to want I'm going to want another copy. I'm going to want to try and come up with a blue way somehow of creating. Like, I'm going to want Harbinger of Tides, and then something along the lines of like Glamour Dye or something like that to permanently change its wording into mountains, which will confuse a lot of people to no end, which means I'm probably going to have to run about 25 or so islands. And just a bunch of like outright removal. I'm going to need another Bath Song. I'm going to no, Bath Song is the wrong card. Phasing of Zalfir and some other weird stuff that like nobody else plays, which is part of what makes it cheaper, because I'm looking for cards nobody else plays. But then I'm going to need esoteric stuff like Narwhal, which is basically 2 more compared to Silver Knight. But it's a Silver Knight in blue. That's like +2 mana. Okay. Good night, Holly. And to answer the last couple of questions, there probably is, but it might not be blue. So I don't know if there's a way that can do that. I'll have to look into it. A lot of the cards that do stuff along the lines of what I want are not in blue. Anyway, but yeah. All that being said, so if I want to make another deck that does something along the lines of what I already do, or just, okay, cool. Well, I built this mono white deck, which is all the combos I can think of and no tutoring. I want to build a different mono white deck. Maybe I want to put King Darien together. Or, Darien, King of Keldor. Well, if I put Darien together, $433 on TCG Player, which after conversion you're looking around between 550 and 600 Canadian, including things like, for example, needing another copy of Urborg. Phyrexian Vindicator, I need another copy of that. What are you at? Do you tell me? Oh, thankfully you're relatively inexpensive. You're about $5 or $6, but let's look at visual spoiler. No, let's look at details. Sort by TCG Player. Well, another Karn Silver Golem, so that's about $20. Urborg is going to be pricey. Heliod Sun Crown, need another copy of that, so that will be about another $20. Followed by another Walking Ballista, so that's about another about another $12 to $15. Reaver Titan, which only comes in the Warhammer set, and so that's like 28 US, so about $35 or so. Forbidden Orchard is 7. Ring of Three Wishes is 5. Mana Vault. I might not be allowed to play with Mana Vault. If I'm not allowed to play with Mana Vault, okay, that's replaceable. But if I am allowed to play with it, I'm probably putting somewhere around 100 Canadian on it. Ancient Tomb. Oh yeah, Mana Vault. The reason I want Mana Vault in this deck specifically is if I don't untap it, it deals damage to me. Which, because of King Darien, turns around and says, hey, by the way, make another token. And then Ancient Tomb is 90 US, so you're looking around 120, 130, 140. We'll say 130 Canadian for an Ancient Tomb. Yeah. So, if I want to build the decks the way I have it listed, I'm looking a few $100 invested to build a second mono white deck. Because there's about half a dozen, probably about 8 or 10 cards in there that a lot of people want for a lot of decks. So, yeah. But if I turn around and want to do that with, like, my mono white common stack, I'm spending what, $30? you know, for the cost of, one Urborg. I mean, hell, for the cost of Ancient Tomb, I can build like 4 more commons only decks easily. So, eh. But yeah, Alaborn Musketeer. Um, Holly did rightfully point out there's the 2/2 for 2 that has this yeah, longbow archers. That also has reach. To be fair, at that point, you probably should be looking at a 2/1 or a 2/2 with flying instead. But it's not unreasonable to play Alaborn Musketeer, especially if you do decide to drop down to I'm building a very budget-friendly deck. And I've been streaming for about 2.5 hours, and I'm only got through, the first half of the white section. um, so let's just fast forward through the rest of white. Steam Catapult, tap to deal damage, tap to blow up target tapped creature. Cool. Yeah, worth playing. Rally the troops, untap all your creatures. Okay, you can probably find a way to use this as a combo piece. Righteous Charge, all your creatures get +2/+2 till end of turn. Manage to make it into Gate Crash. This is huge for, like, any sort of token strategy, for example. Huge. 3 mana, +2/+2 to all your creatures. Some of these effects care about, like, Guardian's Pledge, for example. I think it's an instant, but it says, like, white creatures you control. This doesn't care. You have a deck that can benefit from +2/+2, but yeah, play this. Especially since the Gate Crash version, you can pick up for like 3 cents. So, the more creatures that you can generate in your deck, notice I didn't say the more creatures you have. The more creatures you can generate in your deck, the better an effect like this is going to be. If you've got an effect like Mobilization, for example, where it's like, pay some mana, put a creature token in play. Or Goblin Mourns. Pay some mana, sack a couple of goblins, get more goblins than what you sacrificed. So basically, pay some mana, get an extra goblin. If you can do something like that and get ahead in creatures like every turn somehow, Righteous Charge goes from it's a decent card to oh my gods. So, if you have a deck that's along the lines of Slimefoot, but it also runs white, could be a completely different color scheme, but if it plays something along the lines of how Slimefoot does, and you're running white, can your mana base reasonably support a card that's double white? I would say if at least a third of your lands produce white mana, you can probably get away with playing a card like Righteous Charge. And then, because this is a sorcery, chances are you're attacking. If you've got a way to pull it off as an instant, like Teferi, I forget what it's called, but the one where you plus it and you can play spells at instant speed and everybody else can only play stuff as sorcery. Or probably a little bit of a nicer effect, Ley Line of Anticipation. You have an effect like that, Righteous Charge, thunk. Alaborn Cavalier, 4 mana for 2/2 Human Knight. When it attacks, you may tap target creature. It's fine. I personally am not fond of this triggered ability. However, I will point out in I think it's Ishin Two Heavens is one. I think um, combat triggers get Panharmonicon. So if you can do that, if you've got, let's say you've got 2 creatures that have this effect, and I attack with both of them, and Ishin takes a look at them and duplicates both of them. I attack with 2 creatures, I'm tapping down 4. If you're attacking the person immediately to your right, assuming, no range of influence stuff going on, all that other jazz. So if you're just attacking the person to your right, you're going to get through for more damage. The next 2 people are also going to be able to get through for more damage. If you attack the person on your left, as soon as your turn's done, they untap, and, well. That being said, you also have the option of playing cards like some kind of stasis kind of card. I'm not going to generally recommend stasis, but again, convenient mental shortcut. Basically stop stuff that's tapped from being able to untap easily. If you have an effect like that and vigilance, cool. I attack with these 2. I'm tapping those. You're not going to untap them on your turn because you're not allowed. Oh. Yeah, so the Cavalier, decent. Bargain is really hard. Your opponent gets a draw card and you gain 7 life for 3 mana. Now, again, this is one of those cards where if you're looking to gain a bunch of life, again, we go back to the Will of Lost Dreams ability. This is, gaining 7 life. Okay, well, I've got some mana left over. I'll pay a bit of extra mana. Sure, you're drawing 1 card. I'm going to draw like 4. Or whatever. This is not bad. Target opponent draws a card. If you have an effect along the lines of Underworld Dreams. Can I target you? Yes. Guess what? You're drawing an extra card. Oh, you're taking damage from that. So, you can make use of it. A bit harder to work with. Alaborn Zealot. When this creature blocks a creature, destroy both creatures. Note the fact that it uses the word destroy specifically. Thus, anything that makes Alaborn Zealot indestructible is going to give... Cool. You're attacking with that. I block. They both get blowed up. Oh, mine can't. Yours does. And notice that this triggers when this blocks. When this blocks a creature. Hey, let's get this a way to block multiple creatures. B, this is on blocking. This doesn't even get to combat damage yet. So, first strike, trample, all that other jazz don't matter. Oh, I blocked you, you die. Alaborn Zealot. Make it indestructible. Give it the ability to block multiple things. It will wipe out armies by itself. Or do the fun thing and by the way, gonna regenerate all my creatures. Armored Griffin. 2/3 Flying Vigilance for 4 mana. If you're playing Griffin Tribal, you might have to play this. Otherwise, I know that I'm pretty sure you can get a 2/2 Flying Vigilance for 2 mana by now. I know Jada definitely is a 2/2 Flying Vigilance. That taps for mana and makes angels that come to play after her bigger. But beyond that, I think you can get a 2/2 for 2 with Flying and Vigilance. So you should be able to do this for 3 by now. Actually, you know what? Peregrine. No. Toughness greater than 2. Mana value less than 5. ID equal white. Oh, yeah. Aerial Responder. 2/3 Flying Vigilance. 3/3 Flying Vigilance. Yeah, so this is the same as Armored Griffin. This is a 0/4 that becomes a 4/4. 1/3 Flying Vigilance. As long as you this will send, as long as you control 2 or more artifacts, which should be really easy. This is basically a 3/3 Flying Vigilance. 2/3 Flying Vigilance gives you hexproof. Whenever it's dealt damage, you gain that much life for 3 mana. Icing Death is a 4/3. No. You can get a 2/4 relatively easily if you're willing to go up to like rares and mythics. But here we've got a 2/4 Flying Vigilance for 4 mana at common whenever you gain or lost life during your turn. So every time your life total changes, this gets bigger till end of turn. So, it feels about right, but yeah, you want Aerial Responder before that easily. Festival of Trokin. Honestly, for each creature you control, I should throw this to have a list of what cards you talk about in each video. So, I don't have a list per se. What I generally try and do, I'll copy this over. So we'll start off with that so you can see the actual list that I'm working with here. What I try to do is, if it's relatively small, like 24, I can probably get through all of them. Although basically the first 3 rows. The first 3 rows, because if you take a look, this is sorted according to what EDHREC says, but in descending order. What that means in this context is that the cards that EDH rec finds more people want are going to be at the bottom, and the stuff that people are less interested in are at the top. What I try and do is um, I try and get through about like 3 rows of cards. So about depending on your perspective, the top or the bottom 12 cards. Top from my perspective, bottom from other people's perspective. Try and get through like my first dozen cards. If there's only a handful of cards in the set, um, then I'll go through all of them. I realize I've been streaming for almost 3 hours though, and I'm still working on white, so I'm trying to plow through the rest of white. Tangents happen, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your perspective. um, but I'm just finishing off, Festival of Troken, and then zip through these real quick. Oh yeah. One card that I was looking at earlier that I mentioned. If you can pin down this card, as the way this works, as long as at least one creature is attacking you before you declare blockers, because that's what the restriction on it says, you pay 2 mana, instant. All my creatures get +2/+2 till end of turn. Now I'll declare blocks. Enjoy. It's 2 mana. It says sorcery, but if you look at the wording, play only after you're attacked before you declare blockers. Therefore, because in the Portal sets, they restricted things to 3 card types: land, creature, sorcery. Nothing else existed. A lot of cards that say they're sorceries that have some kind of note about when you can cast them have been errated to say it's an instant. This says only during the declare attacker step, because it has to wait till you've been attacked before blockers are declared. Well, that means that it has to happen on somebody else's turn. So it has to be an instant. I wouldn't say it's necessarily better. Often it's better, yes, but I would say it's different. The difference between Warrior Stand and Hold the Line is that Hold the Line, you declare your blocks and then do it. And only the creatures that you block with, I think you mean revised. What Wizards tries to do is take a look at what the card is actually trying to do. Take the rules under which the card was created into account and try and replicate that as close as possible. Warrior Stand says it's a sorcery, but you have to play it when somebody else is attacking you. So they've errated it to become an instant because it only makes sense that way. Yes. Yeah, and if you go to Gatherer, which is basically where all these other sites. Yep, that's the exact same thing that I've got here. Cast this only during declare attack a step, and only if you've been declared, only if you've been attacked this step. Creatures you control get +2/+2 till end of turn. This is the exact same thing. Because a site like Scryfall basically gets anytime there's an update that's posted on Gatherer, they grab that update and put it on their site. Anything that's worth their salt at all, like Scryfall, does that pretty much right away. And thankfully it's a thing that can be automated fairly easily. But hold the line will only affect the creatures that you're blocking with. Warrior Stand affects all your creatures. And that means that creatures that you are not blocking with that might have an ability that does something about deals damage based on its power, let's say, will be affected, whereas Hold the Line won't affect them. On the other hand, Hold the Line says blocking creatures, not blocking creatures you control, so you can do this on somebody else's turn. So I wouldn't say one is better than the other. I would say they've got different uses. I would say it depends. I would say it depends on the kind of deck that you're trying. Not even the kind of. Well, some of it's the kind of deck, and some of it is the reason you want it in that deck. It's a little bit like the argument between Path to Exile and Swords of Plowshares. You know, they both have some more, or actually maybe a better one in this case would be what do you call it? No, that's not the one I'm looking for. Planar Disruption. The difference between like Planar Disruption and Swords of Plowshares. Is shutting down a creature better than exiling it? And sometimes yes, and sometimes no. It can go either way. So sure. But Planar Disruption, A, being an aura, you have aura synergies. B, you can also throw it on an artifact land and suddenly you have essentially turned it completely off. C, it can also hit planeswalkers. So, or maybe a better example might be comparing this to Generous Gift. Destroy target permanent, they get a 3/3 token instead. Which would you rather have? Generous Gift or Planar Disruption? And there's reasons to have one and there's reasons to have the other, and I don't think it's fair to say there's a straight answer one way or the other. Warrior Stand versus Hold the Line. I can see arguments either way. It doesn't mean one, like, I don't believe either one is strictly better than the other. Right, but planar disruption also affects artifacts, creatures, planeswalkers. So, what are you leaving out in terms of permanence? Lands, unless they fit into one of these categories as well, and battles. I think that's a fair trade-off, and both generous gift and planar disruption are common. The flip side of generous gift is they get a 3/3 instead. So it's again, there's no straight answer there. Warrior Stand is going to, you know, it's less powerful, but it can affect more of your creatures because all that has to happen is you have to be getting attacked by at least one creature. So it's a coin toss. I will leave that for the comment section to decide how they want to call it. I can see, and not only that, you could just run both. There's nothing wrong with running both instead of just running one or the other. This is also 1 mana cheaper, and it's 1 colored mana cheaper. It's 1 white plus 1 instead of 2 white plus 1. So if you are having if you're having issues pulling up a second white source, if you're playing mono white, it doesn't matter so much. If you're playing 3 color, suddenly Warrior Stand looks a lot more appealing because it's easier to get 1 white mana than it is to get 2. Angel of Fury. We already talked about that one earlier when Holly was around. Basically, have a sack outlet that you can do at instant speed, like Fanatico Devotion or something like that, and just save yourself the issue of dying to mill. And even if you don't have that, it's still something that you can, it's something that's hard to keep dead. Alaborn Trooper. Did I do this? Oh, wow. Yeah, see what you did. um, you, I got distracted. I got confused. I started repeating myself. Uh, yeah, Festival of Trokin. I throw that in my commons only deck. I can probably turn around and pay 1 mana, gain like 12 life. If you're playing any kind of life gain deck, and you want to gain a healthy amount of life in one shot, like this in combination with like Will of Lost Dreams, this is easy to turn around and go, cool, I gained 6 life. I'll Divine Sacrament. I don't recognize that card name. Probably already talked about that when I covered Odyssey. I've already covered all the normal sets that existed before Mirrodin. Actually, I don't remember covering this one just because I think this was high enough on the list. And Odyssey would have had a healthy number of I think Odyssey would have been like 53 cards per color or something like that. So only got through like the top 12 or so. But yeah, Festival of Troken, you need to gain a bunch of life. If you've got 3 creatures in play, this is 1 mana, gain 6. You combine that with Will of Lost Dreams. You pay 7 mana, you draw 6 cards, and you gain 6 life. As a friend of mine is wont to say, I fail to see how this is a bad thing. While Griffin, there's better options nowadays. You are playing this if you're playing Griffin Tribal. Righteous Fury, I like this as a Wrath effect. This is a bit like Split Up, where you are forced to choose one specific mode, but you gain a bunch of life. I would generally rather play Split Up over Righteous Fury. That being said, Split Up is also a relatively new card. And Righteous Fury came out in like 1998. So it makes sense for it to be higher on the list for EDH rec because it's got a couple, it's got like 25 years head start. No. If you're doing that, then you want Split Up because you want Destroy All untapped creatures because you want your tokens to be tapped to convoke with. For an effect like this, you also would want, I think it's Hour of Reckoning, and there's like a few others that are like, non-token, destroy or whatever, all non-token creatures or what have you. Everything Comes to Dust is also another one that does that. Yeah, but then they're dead. Right. Well, two life per creature. You want your creatures. You ideally want your creatures to survive your wrath. Yeah. So, if it's a token strategy that can keep going, like if it's a deck that's built along the lines of how Slimefoot is, um, but it also runs white, then something like this would be fine. In a convoke strategy, I would not run Righteous Fury because I want to be able to use my tokens again to convoke stuff the following turn, and the following turn, and the following turn. So I wouldn't run it in that kind of strategy. Angel of Mercy, I think we covered when we may cover that during Invasion. If I'm looking at it for the life gain, give me the Temple Acolyte instead. It's like, it's 2 mana instead of 5. I get a 1/3 instead of a 3/3 flyer. If I want it for the size, there's better options out there. Angelic Wall. If you're playing with like a wall tribal deck that's based around something along the lines of Doran the Siege Tower, where toughness matters. So, and you're running cards like Rolling Stone to give your walls the ability to attack. I'm sure there's one and I'm drawing a blank on the name. I just can't think of it right now. But I think there's one that allows creatures with Defender to attack. Um, oh, yeah, Arcades the Strategist would work. Arcades and Felother will both work. Blue. Talus Merchant. It's a 1-3 for 2. It's fine. Hilariously, it completely changed from being a merchant over to a human pirate, which makes it slightly better because merchant really wasn't the support creature type at that point. I think they tried making it, and pirate is just better for multiple reasons. You know, would you rather be a merchant or would you rather be a pirate? Let's be honest here. Um, it's a 1-3 for 2, which does average to a 2-2 for 2. This is actually a lot better than I think most people are willing to give it credit for. I'm not saying it's great, but it is reasonable, especially when you're looking at blue. It it does take some actual effort, even on the part of Wizards of the Coast. Also, keep in mind you're looking at a common here to get something that's legitimately better than this. I'm not saying there isn't anything. I'm just saying that when you're dealing with creatures for blue, it requires more effort than white or green to have a good 2-mana creature. Windsail. Charged Wisdom. In the right kind of deck, yes. um, I would probably prefer if I'm playing mono green, I would prefer Nourish. If I'm playing white green, I would prefer Heroes Reunion. Even mask draw during your turn before you have to discard. Yeah, Charged Wisdom. Um, as I mentioned earlier, you want to, if you're gaining life, just gaining life in and of itself is usually not considered good. If you're gaining, if all the card does is gain you life, there needs to, it can't just be I'm gaining life. There needs to be a reason for it. An effect like this, I might consider in a life gain based strategy something that cares about me gaining a bunch of life at once. But I would still rather have a card like what was it we just said here? I'd rather have a card like Righteous Fury where I can probably gain more life and blow up a bunch of stuff that's being annoying at the same time. It is 2 more mana, but it does a lot more of what I need. Gerard's Wisdom. You'd have to want a specific kind of deck that actually want Gerard's Wisdom. I probably already covered this when I covered Weatherlight. Let me just see here. Yeah, I would have covered it under Weatherlight. So if you want to see my opinions on it, it does have a reprint in. It does have another print in Weatherlight. 29 cards. It's number 8 from the bottom. I would check my Weatherlight video. Probably fast forward about I'm going to guess, based on how distracted I can get, probably about 40% of the way through before I actually get through to it. Um, Windsail, I don't mind this card this much. As a general rule of thumb, I would prefer um, yeah, I would prefer a card like Aerial Responder. It's also a really cheap card. The original printing is less than 10 cents. 3 mana for a 2/3 with Flying, Vigilance, and Lifelink. This is this is one of the better cards in white for gaining life because it's just like that lifelink. You're going to gain that life turn after turn after turn. And because it's got vigilance, it can attack and then turn around and block other people from trying to attack later. So it can not unreasonably gain 4 life a turn cycle. If you're looking for a card specifically for gaining life, look in a Lone Missionary. 2 mana for 2/1. When it enters, gain 4 life. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's only 2 mana. And you get a 2-power creature on top of that. But yeah, if you're looking for something that's got flying and gains you life, Aerial Responder is just so good. Because that will easily outweigh what Gerard's wisdom can do. um oh. I picked up 2 of them at one of my LGSs a few months ago. Um if you can't get Chaos Fear, there are other options. If you can't get Chaos Fear, there are other options. If you're in green, for example, this is actually really good. You're looking at Zedru, you're looking at Jeskai. This beastie, which is also only a couple of bucks. And depending on where you are, it's under €1 regardless of printing. It's only a 3/2, but your stuff all flies. uh, so the thing to remember about Magic is to every question, there's an answer. If the question is, well, I have archetype of imagination, what are you going to do about it? The answer is, okay, I'll blow it up with Swords of Plowshares, or I will cast Wrath of God, or something of that nature. Okay. If the question is, I'm going to cast Swords of Plowshares on a creature, what are you going to do about it? There's always an answer. You can give your creature Shroud, or Hexproof, or Ward. You can make it indestructible. You can redirect the removal spell, which is a strategy a lot of people forget is an option. Anything from deflection and misdirection. Imp's Mischief works. Red's got a handful of them. You could just plain counter it. You know, there are options. So, there's there's always an answer to the question you're trying to pose. It's just, what is the question that you're worried about? You're worried about creature removal? Okay, fine. How do I handle somebody that's got creature removal? If it's destruction creature removal, you also, yep. Oh yeah. Oh, believe me, I know. If it's creature removal that you're worried about, but it's destruction, bringing it back from the graveyard. You're in Jeskai, so you're in white. Miraculous Recovery comes to mind. Resurrection. Defy Death. Gravity Well. I remember the name, but I don't remember what it does. Oh, yes. Yeah, that thing. Gee, I wonder why. But again, this is the question you're posing to your friend. No, you're fine. Oh, the cards I was talking about. Um, Anything that can bring a creature back from the graveyard. You're in Jeskai, which means you're in white. So, yep, yep. Um, there. Sort by color. So, Abuelo's Awakening, Angel of Glory's Rise would work. Um, well, no, well, maybe not Angel of Glory's Rise. Um, Breath of Life, as you mentioned, Brilliant Restoration, reanimate all your stuff, specifically your stuff. Bruno potentially, depending on what you're trying to bring back. Uh, Return target non-creature, non-land permanent. Okay, that won't work. Uh, Celestial Gatekeeper, depending on what you're trying to bring back. Defy Death. Emerge from the Cocoon is not one I remembered. False Defeat, originally in Portal 3 Kingdoms, is basically another Breath of Life. Yeah, basically another Breath of Life. From the Rubble works every end, each of your end steps. Reanimates only a creature type. Immortal Obligation reanimates one of your opponent's stuff. Oh, reanimates under their control. Interesting. Invoke Justice. Again, also really cheap. Uh, 5 mana, reanimate anything, and then split 4+1 counters on your stuff. Karmic Guide. Everyone knows about Karmic Guide by now. Late to Dinner. Basically, Breath of Life that gives you gives you a food token. Loyal Retainers. Sack it to reanimate a legend. Marshall's Anthem. When you kick it, you reanimate every time it was kicked. Miraculous Recovery. 5 mana, reanimate a thing, put +1 counter on it. Miss Moon Griffin. When it dies, exile it, then reanimate the top thing. One Last Job. Has Spree, lets you reanimate a thing. Profound Journey. Return target permanent from your graveyard to the battlefield with Rebound. Postmage's Advocate. As long as when this ability goes to resolve, at least one of the targets is still legal. You need 4 targets to be able to activate it. As long as one of them is still legal, when the ability goes to resolve, it'll do as much as it can. So, you can target 3 cards in your opponent's graveyard and one of your creatures in your graveyard. In response, eat the stuff that you targeted from your opponent's graveyard with, I don't know, Lion Sash, let's say, and still get your creature back. Redress Fate. No, not what you're looking for. Refurbish only does artifacts. Replenish only does enchantments. Rescue Gift. Creature or enchantment. This is potential. Resurrection. The first mono white reanimation spell. All the way back from Alpha Beta Unlimited. Revivify. Roll d20, add a number of creature cards in your graveyard that were put there from the battlefield this turn. After a Wrath, this can turn around and get all your creatures back. It doesn't even say they enter tapped. Yep. Rhea gets you 1 every upkeep. Storm of Souls reanimates all your creatures as 1/1 spirits. If you've got a way to mass flicker them, somehow, you can get them back as what they were originally. This will reanimate 1 thing. Neither Doctor will bring back legendary stuff. Huh. I want this. I want tune-up. Unfinished Business. Reanimates a creature and then can reanimate 2 more things to attach to it. What must be done? Return target historic card. Are you legal? Yes, you are. Assassin's Creed is legal? Oh yeah, Assassin's Creed is legal. Sorry, thinking modern, getting distracted. Dreams of the Dead is hilarious. This is pumpable. Let me bring up the original. So, you can reanimate a bunch of stuff. Yeah, Dreams of the Dead, you reanimate a bunch of stuff, then you have some like mass flicker effect of some sort. that exiles them and brings them all back. Or like this followed by, was it Day of the Dragons? I think it is. Day of the Dragons. Yeah, followed by Day of the Dragons. You exile all your creatures, turn them into 5/5 flyers, and then when it leaves the battlefield, you get your creatures that you reanimated all back, but they won't have cumulative upkeep anymore. It's cute. Um, Artisan of Kozilek, when you cast it, you get to reanimate a thing. Scarecrow, if it's an artifact creature, you can get it back. Triassic Yagi is a card a lot of people tend to forget about. You can sack it as long as you've got enough counters on it, which is only a couple, to either put a creature card from your hand into play or get a creature card from your graveyard back. And then Emiria, what's Emiria at? Okay, she's not stupidly expensive. It is still higher than I thought. What's the secret? So the secret lair drop just has different art. It's good art. You're in New Zealand. Oh, this is early afternoon for you, isn't it? All right. Let's see here. Okay, so plus 4 hours. Let's say USD less than $4. There we go. And then did I do a thing? Oh. There we go. So this is now 20. This is now words. This is now down to 26 cards. So there. So relevant to your interest here, I have it set so that USD is less than $4. So these are dollar wise, they're inexpensive options for you. Yeah, Scryfall is really, really good. Um, what I would recommend is go to the syntax page. Do not worry about learning all of this all at once. Just take a look at stuff that you know you're going to want to use. Color and color identity is going to be a big deal. Type you're going to want to know O:, is this is in the card's Oracle text. And that's going to be the bulk of, like, realistically, a lot of the stuff that I do, like, oh, uh, oh, okay. These bits here are just for what format is. You can ignore that. Uh, ID, color ID, like color identity, it will take either the you can either punch in the three letters, four letters, whatever, for what color identity it is, or you can use names. And if you go to syntax, it'll turn around, and if you're using a four color BV, like if you want something that will fit in a four color commander, they will turn around and say, hey, by the way, here are the names that we assign to those four color combinations. O, putting a dash in front negates it. So minus O colon value means it does not have the word value in it, like in the Oracle text, which is only going to be seen in the phrase mana value. Same with power, same with toughness. I don't want to see either of those in it. This tilde here, I don't want. Yep, this tilde here is a short form for referring to a card name by its own name. So, Angel of Glory's Rise, if it says, pay some cost, return Angel of Glory's Rise to the battlefield. You don't want something that's returning itself. You want to return other stuff. O colon creature card. Notice I'm using in this thing, literally, most of this search is based on what does the Oracle text say. That is the biggest thing to get used to using. So, hit syntax, go to the section that says card text, understand how this stuff works, and that'll be probably 80% of what you're actually doing. There will be rare times when you end up having to look up something weird. Like, for example, when I put together, I think it's this one. Nope, wrong box. This one. When I put together Zera Aryan, I went for Jund Reanimator. But it's hard for me not to throw some kind of twist into building a deck. So I threw a twist into this deck. I had to have at least 3 cards that start with each letter of the alphabet. I needed 3 cards that start with A, 3 that start with B, 3 that start with C, all the way down. Do I have... I do not know if this will still work. No, you do not work anymore. Let me see if I can find you quickly. There we go. I saved this specific search less because I want this search specifically, and more that I want to be able to find this is cards that start with the letter Y that are in Jund. If I'm looking for cards that start with X, what are my reasonable options? I have some options, but a lot of the options I have just are not great. You know, I I think I may have ended up running Zorn just because a lot of the options I had just did not interest me. No, I managed not to use Zorn. Uh, but yeah, it was hard to find good cards that started with X for this deck. So yes, every so often you're gonna have to find something weird. But there's always something available. Oh yeah. But I'm talking about when I sing something weird, I'm talking like in terms of your search parameters. Most people are not building decks that care about what letter, you know, what the first letter of the card name is. Yeah. Oh, so do I. So do I. Um, my mono blue deck here, for example, uh, plays like mono green. This plays like a mono green deck. And people are like, how are you getting extra lands out of your deck? How? I have creatures that tap for mana. I've got ways to fetch lands out of my deck. I have, you know, creatures with landfall triggers that get bigger until end of turn. I have stuff that does like +1 counters. This plays like a green deck, but it runs like 20 basic island. I have life gain. I have. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I figured it would be something really interesting to start off with, and just I started at the beginning. I don't even remember when I did my first video for this, but I started with Alpha Beta Unlimited. Um, because that's basically all the same set. And I went, okay, let's get through this. And then I did Arabian Nights and Antiquities in the same video because they're both small enough sets that that was doable. Legends, the Dark. So, Legends, the Dark, Fallen Empires, Ice Age, Alliance's Homelands. Um, Ice Age Alliance Homelands, Tempest Stronghold Exodus, Mirage Visions. No, I've got this backwards. Mirage Visions Weatherlight, and then Tempest Stronghold Exodus. Saga Legacy Destiny. Masks Nemesis Prophecy. So that's 20. Masks Nemesis Prophecy. Invasion. Plane Shift Apocalypse. Odyssey Onslaught. No, Odyssey Torment Judgment. Onslaught Legion Scourge. Last week was Portal, because Scourge was the last regular set before the start of Where Modern is. And then last week was Portal. So I've done 30 sets. If I'm doing one set a week, roughly, then I've been doing this for about 30 weeks. So 7, Well, 6 months would be 26 weeks. So yeah, I've been doing this for about 7 months. So I would have started this in uh 9 minus 7. I would have started this around mid-February, give or take. And a couple of my videos are really long because I didn't think I should go through. You know, I figured I would go through every card, and distractions happen. Uh, Incidentally, I had started working on a document that would basically go through the cards and my notes about them. I have to go through about 30 videos now, though, and update it because I think I only did that for a couple of them. I'll get there eventually. um, right. Oh yeah, wind sail. I remember what I was saying. Wind sail. The, the funny thing about wind sail is for like 1 mana, giving target creature flying till end of turn, or just target creature gains flying as like an aura. Neither of which are cards that people actually care about. Wind sail for an extra mana, being able to hit 2 creatures, even if it's only sorcery, which generally means only playable on your own turn. This is a lot better than either jump or flight that we got back in like unlimited. Yeah, strictly. Yeah, it will get done eventually. It's just going to take a lot of time and a lot of effort. I'm gonna have basically it's gonna be one big Google Docs sheet, spreadsheet with like each tab is basically for a separate video, and the name, the color it is, the color of the card, the name of the card, and my comments about it. And I should probably put a link to the video at the top. But yeah, it's. I think I may have got Legends done. Like I said, a lot of work to go through. And I really should be doing this sooner because then, during the course of the week, I only have like one video to worry about. I have. Yeah. It'll get there eventually. But yeah, wind sail, being able to give 2 creatures flying. Yeah, in theory, yeah. uh, I mean, that would be the smart move. Realistically, I'm gonna have to wait. I'm gonna need to wait until I'm caught up on everything, because I'm not gonna remember to do that immediately. Even if I start doing it now, I'll have forgotten a lot of what I said about the white cards. I'll have to re-go back and. Uh huh. And I apologize for that. I will get there eventually. But yeah, giving 2 creatures flying till end of turn is actually not bad. Ideally, you're going to want a card like Wonder instead. But if you don't care about having flying all the time, this is not a terrible option. Remove, play on summon instead. Honestly, there's no good reason to run remove. um, it can only hit an attacking creature. For 1 mana, there's a bunch of ways to return target creature to target creature period to its owner's hand. And at 2 mana, you can hit more than just At 2 mana, you've got Hoodwink and Disperse and their variants. You've also got Boomerang and Eye of Nowhere. And at 3 mana, you've got Capsized, which is basically Boomerang with buyback. and for really cheap, like 1 to 2 mana, you can just get rid of anything. You keep mentioning Soul Conduit. Is that the one? Oh, yeah, that thing. Do you know what the funniest way to use Soul Conduit with this? Is an effect like... and I'm going to go back to the Ancient card. Just because it'll get back the one I'm thinking of fastest. Lich. Any effect like this at all. Lich's Mastery also works. There's a few sufficiently similar cards. You don't lose the game for having 0 life or less. Basically, your life total becomes 0. Oh, no. Dude, no. You want to play Soul Conduit? Cool. You're at 57 life. I've got about that many cards left in my deck. I'll switch life totals with you. Your life total will now become 0. Triggered ability on the stack for me to draw 57 cards. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you die already? Because the fun part with this card is as soon as, as it enters, your life total becomes 0. There's other ways you can build your own Lich. But yeah, it's... And there's, like I said, there's other cards that have similar effect. Lich's Mastery. Whenever you gain... Basically, it stops you from losing the game until it leaves the battlefield. Oh, sure. But that's when you start playing the quote-unquote protected queen. I.e., I have this card that needs to stay around. So I will protect this at all costs. Lich's Mastery, same drawback. When it leaves the battlefield, you lose the game. That being said, if you've got an effect like Platinum Angel or what they did in Standard with, I think it was Standard, yeah, with Book of Exalted Deeds on Faceless Haven or something else that can become an all creature types. Mutavault also works till end of turn, so in this case, turn that into something that has all creature types, which means it's an angel, which means you can Book of Exalted Deeds, turn that land into basically your own, build your own Platinum Angel. At the end, yeah, that could also work. And then the thing is, you need Book of Exalted Deeds, which means you need something that's going to have a heavy white activation cost. And then Lich's Master. But if you put the two of them together, Book of Exalted Deeds will stop you from losing the game. Excuse you. Triple white to cast. Beginning of your end step. That part, this sentence here is pretty much irrelevant for most people. Triple white to cast. Triple white tap and exile it. Put an enlightened counter on target angel. It gains. You can't lose the game and your opponents can't win the game. Activate only as a sorcery. So, like, during second main... Oh yeah, it's silly. During second main, you animate Mutavault. You tap itself for the mana, to turn it uh, into a land creature that has all creature types. You pay triple white, tap and exile the book, put an enlightened counter on Mutavault, go to your end step. They basically only have that window to try and do something with it. Oh yeah. Like I said, this bit here is pretty much irrelevant for most people. And then you go, cool. I now can no longer lose the game. Lich's Mastery, when it leaves play, it tries to make you lose the game. Book of Exalted Deeds says, nah. However, there is one drawback to this. This is a counter. Counters can be removed by multiple means. If somebody eats that counter... Actually, hold on. Oh, the counter doesn't matter. The Enlightenment counter placed by the last ability serves as a memory aid. It isn't connected to the ability. The angel keeps that ability even if it somehow loses the counter. The counter doesn't matter. Never mind. It's only there to remind you about this ability. That is it. They're not actually linked together. Oh, that's silly. But yeah, so you can combine that with Lich's Mastery and then do like Soul Conduit, draw a bunch of cards. Good luck trying to... You can't die due to deck death because, you know, this says you can't lose the game, and Book of Exalted Deeds says you can't lose the game. Yeah, Yep. Yeah, that's literally what I just pulled up. That's literally what it says down here. Again, Scryfall is... Okay. Then you're stuck in a loop. But yeah, remove. If you're looking at remove it from your deck. Yeah, Abyssal Persecutor plus an effect like Platinum Angel, you're stuck in a loop. Nobody can win, nobody can lose. Coastal Wizard. Tap. Return this creature and another target creature to their owner's hands. So, there are ways to make use of an effect like this. You're playing blue. There are ways to make use of this effect. What you ideally want is something that can... So, strictly, that's a good question. Let me get to that in a moment. Is that the one I want? You know what? Let's just go with the one I know of. So, option number 1. Tap. Return Coastal Wizard and another target creature. Notice the fact that the only part where it says target is the other creature. Blur. Exile target creature you control, then return to that card to the battlefield under its owner's control. Draw a card. So, I'll exile the wizard. return back to the battlefield under my control. It will return untapped unless another effect makes it enter tapped. And then I will, and then when it comes, and then I'll draw a card. It won't have haste, so I can't tap it again. But that's a thing I can do. Second option, Crab Umber. What Strigley was referring to, I believe. Pay 1 blue plus 2, untap enchanted creature. I tap the Coastal Wizard. The bounce ability goes on the stack. Again, keep in mind, the only target is the other creature. As long as that target is still legal when the ability goes to resolve, when the ability tries to resolve, the ability will resolve and do as much as possible. Whoops. In response, I pay 3 mana and untap because I have the wizard enchanted with Crab Umber. I can find other ways to do it less expensively. It doesn't matter. Cool. The untap is resolved. The original tap ability is still on the stack. I tap it again, choosing another target. I pay another 3 mana, untap again. As long as I've got mana, I can keep doing this. Then I'll let all those tap abilities finally go to resolve. The first one, resolve, will return the Coastal Wizard back to my hand. And the last creature that I targeted. Assuming that all creatures that I targeted still exist when they go to resolve. That resolves, and then the next one does, and the next one does, and the next one does. And however many times I untapped it, I'll be returning that many creatures back to hand. So if that's what you're asking about, Strictly, the answer is yes. This is similar to the kind of shenanigans that you could pull off with this combination, which was a big deal in Legacy for a while. Caracas itself is not legal, last I checked, in Commander. Although it might be a game changer now. No, it's still banned in Commander. But you can do similar shenanigans with Mangara. 3 mana for a 1/1. Tap, exile Mangara of Corondor, and target permanent. Tap, exile Mangara, tap. Mangara is going to get exiled along with, say, an opponent's land. The only thing being targeted is the target permanent. In response, return target legendary card to its owner's hand. I activate Caracas, returning Mangara back to my hand. Then Mangara's ability goes to resolve. The only target that's asked for is the target permanent. So I just exiled your land. Mangara's not there to be exiled. So it does as much as it can. Your land got exiled. I'll replay Mangara. Yep. Oh yeah, Caracas is banned largely because it goes against Um, it goes against the feel of the format. The rules committee, which basically was in charge of the format up until roughly this time last year, basically turned around and said, we want people to play with their commanders. We don't want people to, be able to easily hit on them. And this is hate against anybody's commander in the mana base. And so it's like, why bother building around your commander? Why bother building around your commander if somebody can just. And now, especially with how easy it is to get whatever land you want and um, not even have to play green for it anymore. You have, was it Urza's Cave and Expedition Map both come to mind. There's also a card in Final Fantasy, I forget what its card, that's like, World Map, I think it is. Pay 1 and tap it to fetch a basic. Pay 3 and tap it to fetch a not to fetch any land. Um, yeah, it's real easy to fetch up whatever land you want these days. And so with Caracas, it's like, yeah, no, bad. But yeah, you can do similar shenanigans with Coastal Wizard that you can with the Mangara combo. And Mangara doesn't even need you don't need Caracas for that. I have it in I believe I've got Mangara in my mono white deck. And I don't use Caracas. I use whatchamacallit, I use flicker effects. Yeah, like Eldrazi Displacer and what do you call it? Flicker form. I don't remember if there's anything else, but I remember I specifically have those two. I feel like there's at least a third one, but there might only be the two. Anyway, yeah, and I've got Mungar of Corondor in this deck, so I can. Oh, Conjurer's Closet in Conjurer's Closet wouldn't work due to how timing works. Um, it's a triggered ability that triggers at a certain time. You would have to activate Coastal Wizard or Mangara or whatever before. Give me a sec here. You'd have to activate those before before Conjurer's Closet triggered, which is really really hard to do. Um, and once stuff is on the stack, you can't exactly move it around. So you want something that's you generally want an activated ability to do something like that. But yeah, there are ways to make it work. And yeah, Cloud Shift you could do. If you put say Cloud Shift on Isochron Scepter, that could also work. If you're using Mangara, you could do Mangara with Pull from Eternity onto Isochron Scepter. allow it to allow Mangara to get exiled, and then get it back from exile, and then reanimate it that way. Oh yeah, you're lucky. They're they're worth a few bucks now. um, yeah, commonly sitting in the ballpark of like 14 to 15 US. Nice. Yeah, the original print is like 14 and change USD. So, ba, 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 from USD to and convert. Yeah. So they're like 25 bucks. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. In extended Isochron Scepter, yeah, they're worth like 25 new they're worth like 25 New Zealand dollars. So but just assume that in general they're around 30. uh I almost want to say Kiwi bucks, but I don't know if that's a bad way to refer. But yeah. Anyway, um, it's a little overestimating, but just for the sake of simplicity, at current exchange rates, I would assume that whatever number you see for USD, just double it. It's it's like $1.70 right now. I would just double it, and then because that'll also help keep like shipping or whatever in consideration, because the drawback of living somewhere like Australia or New Zealand, yeah, exactly, compared to like the 14, the 14s that you're seeing here. 14 doubles to 28. Yeah. Um I would assume that whatever you see is double, because the as I was saying, the drawback with living somewhere like Australia or New Zealand is that you're far enough away from anywhere, and you already know this because you live out that way. Uh, you're far enough away from anywhere that anything that you want is going to cost extra due to shipping. Anything that you want from like Amazon, or, you know, like you might want something for your computer and it's supposed to be like $100 and it might be like 200. you know it might only supposed to be like 170 New Zealand dollars, but it'll be closer like two to maybe 250 or more because of shipping. forget you know Forget tariffs and all that, just the shipping costs. So yeah, I would just assume whatever number I see, I would just double it. Oh wow. Yeah, I'm in Canada. Um, our our exchange rate has usually been relatively close to the U.S. dollar. It's I'm used to looking at things in terms of what is the US dollar worth in terms of Canadian. And generally speaking, it would be around $1.25 give or take, like maybe 15 cents. So generally in the 110 to 140 range. And for some people, when the Canadian dollar was actually stronger than the US, there was a while back there where we actually crossed the line to being worth more than the US dollar was. Um, you know, you would be you would be more wanting to get paid in Canadian currency than American because like uh 100 Canadian dollars was worth like I think at one point like 110 US, and this is relatively recent too. This is within the last 15 years for sure. It might have been within the last 10, and that was silly. But now we're in that you know $1.25 give or take 10 to 15 cents is about right. Keep in mind, I'm in my 50s. I remember the earliest I remember paying attention at all to exchange rates. I was in my teens, um, because we had exchange trips going on with people from the states and stuff like that. So, but yeah. Anyway, but yeah, Coastal Wizard. There are ways to make that thing broken AF easily enough without looking at anything else in the set so far for Portal's Second Age. I'd probably put this down somewhere around here at least. I'd probably even put it somewhere around here. But let's take a look at what else is in the set. Screeching Drake. I like this card. It's a shame it's only got one physical paper printing, but that is the kind of card that I would want for this deck. Again, one of my commons only decks. The premise of this one being um, as many cards as possible, draw me cards. I am foregoing good creatures for worse creatures. As do they say draw a card on them? Cool, I'll play it. 4 mana. Yep. Yeah. So in other words, the so the New Zealand dollar was worth 80 cents US, and the US dollar was worth about $1.25. Yeah. Yeah, that's generally the range the Canadian dollar is in that range somewhere. But yeah, the premise of this deck is basically like as many of my creatures as possible. Um, let's see if I can find one quickly. Oh yeah, Steel Gaze Griffin. 5 mana for 2. Oh no, that's a payoff. Sorry. Well, finding actual. There we go. Vodalian Merchant. One blue, one other for 1/2. When it enters, draw a card, then discard a card. This is 2 extra mana. I get a second point of power, and I get flying with draw and then discard. Muse Drake, same cost. This is a 1/3 flyer, so averages to the same. 1/3 versus 2/2 is kind of a wash. When it enters, draw a card. But this is also printed in Guilds of Ravnica, I think was. Yep. even as much removal as I could, or pump spells, or my Maddocks, or whatever, was drawing me cards in this deck. So I actually cut myself down to, instead of my typical 38-ish lands, I cut myself down to, I think, 33, 34. Just because, like, if I ever hit a third land, I do not need more lands because I will draw into them. I have counter spells in here that say, oh, you counter spell. Yeah, draw a card. So, Screeching Drake, depending on the kind of deck that you're building, you're building Drake Tribal. It's a flying creature. It has a enters trigger. It draws a card. It discards a card. Do you want to reanimate stuff? That's a possibility. You know, this has got a lot more moving parts than it looks like. Steam Frigate. This is a 3/3 pirate that can't attack unless the opponent controls an island. Which makes, you're dealing with pirates. That makes sense. Also, originally creature type ship. It makes sense. It is not that bad anymore. It's a lot better than it used to be because now you've got options of cards like Harbinger of the Seas. That being said, you should be... can you get a 3/3 at common these days in blue? I don't think that's an easy ask anymore. I still don't think that's an easy ask. I think a 2/3 with an ability... A 3/3 I think still might be a bit of a tough ask. White and green, yes. I feel like blue is the least likely to get it. Let's see here. Date greater than 2022. Excuse you. Mana value equals 3. Rarity. Common. ID equal blue. Color blue. Power greater than 2. Toughness greater than 2. No. You get 3/4 that have got stipulations on them. Stitch Drake, you have to exile a creature card from your graveyard to cast it. Wormfang Drake, you have to exile a card. You have to exile another creature you control. Yeah, that would have been part of the Grand Creature type update from around like 8th edition era, I believe. Where they took a bunch of creatures that just... There weren't enough boats and stuff like that to actually make ship a creature type. Now with Edge of Eternity, you could make an argument for it, but back then it'd be like, eh. It's like your merchants are now pirates. The Steam Frigate, the creatures realistically are the people on board, which is probably the reason why it went human pirate compared to ship, because it's the people on the boat that are attacking. The boat itself has no idea how to attack. It's just, it's a vessel. But yeah, Steam Frigate, this is probably still about right for what they would do nowadays. Talos Airship, I know for 1 extra mana you can get an extra point of toughness and flash. It is a pirate that is going to be relevant for some people. I have one deck that I'm working on that's got pirates in it. I'm not running this because I want pirates that did things. And this is not enough. Let's pull this up real quick. Where are you? You are Demir. This one. That one. You all reanimate. You flicker. Oh, nope. Okay. Azure Fleet Admiral does a lot more. Telesur ship 4 mana for a 3/2 flyer. So 4 mana for a 3/2 flyer in blue. This is potentially a 3/5. 4 mana for a 3/2 flyer. Talos Lookout does more than because it's the same size. It's essentially the same cost. And you get one of the top 2 cards in your deck. And then, because my general for this is Ramirez de Pietro, which is a legend, or sorry, a pirate nowadays. And he's a black-blue pirate with first strike. I have a few cards to deal with first strike. I've got 22 pirates in here. You know, and then the usual shenanigans. But I made sure it's like, oh, let's make a nod to the first strike, and let's make a nod to the fact that he's a pirate. And a lot of these pirates have come into play abilities or just abilities that are useful in general. Boop. I don't know. This is actually no. This is bad now, with the possible exception of that it's a pirate, because Phantom Monster is now common, and Phantom Monster has been power crept, and oh, what do you call it? I can't remember what you're called now. Power equals 3, toughness equals 3, oh, flying. That one. Genie Windseer. It's literally Phantom Monster with a different creature type and with a covenant playability of scrying. On average, probably scry 2. and there are better options than this. Like, you can get a 3/3 flyer for 4 mana at common. Yeah, unless you need it because it's a pirate or because flavor reasons, like you're building around Talus, for example. No. Don't do it. Don't do it. Armor Galleon. 5/4 for 5. Can't attack unless, again, it used to be a boat, but it's the people that are attacking, not the boat itself. Can't attack unless the defending player controls an island. It's not that hard to give people islands, especially if you're playing. It's even more fun if you start playing with cards like Stormtide Leviathan. Yeah, not that hard to muck things around for people. Talus Researcher. This is basically their version of Archivist, although I think this might have come out before Archivist did. which was double blue plus 2, tap, draw a card. Again, the typical restriction thingy here, activate only before attackers are declared on your turn. That's a typical thing for this, for the portal sets. It's about right. It feels. I don't like paying 4 mana and only getting 1/1 creature out of it. I like paying 5 mana for it less. But just simply having tap draw card is kind of nice. The problem is if you're looking at something like this, you really should be considering this guy, Arcanus the Omnipotent. 1 extra mana, although you then have to convert. So it's an extra blue mana plus converting 1 colorless mana to blue mana. But you get a 3, so basically an extra mana and a half. You go from a 1/1 to a 3/4, which is actually a lot more reasonable. It is legendary, which is not always irrelevant. There are times when being legendary is relevant. Tap, draw 3 cards, and then and you can pay 4 mana to return back to your hand. Which, I mean, that also means you don't want to cast them till you've got access to like 10 mana, but still, even if you just run them out, if you've got some way to give them haste, for example, tap, draw 3 cards is kind of good. And it's not unlikely you can activate this twice before he gets blown up. Paying 6 mana, draw 6 cards is kind of good, I hear. So if you're considering a card like this at all, look into Archivist. Look into Arcanus the Omnipotent. Although, if you're doing a unrestricted, by which I mean, like my deck is restricting itself to just commons. If you're not doing that and you're building around drawing a bunch of cards, this might be a thing you're throwing in anyway. If you want tap draw on the rules text of cards, whereas mine are generally enter the battlefields abilities. If you want them to be activated abilities, you might be playing that. Sea Drake. Sea Drake. Used to be a big deal in Vintage, of all things. So, by the time people tried actually playing him in Vintage, from what I remember, he had already had his Oracle text. I'm assuming male for convenience. It doesn't. You're dealing with mythological creatures. Unless there's something to prove one way or the other, it doesn't matter whether you call it male or female. I shouldn't say mythological. I should say fantastical creatures. Sea Drake had already had his Oracle text come up, and it said return 2 target lands you control to his hand. But that's a come into play ability. The creature is already in play when you okay. So you cast him, resolves, comes into play. Triggered ability tries to go on the stack. You have to have 2 lands that you can target. If you do not have 2 lands you can target, the triggered ability cannot go on the stack. What? So, we're talking Vintage. Theoretical. Okay. Black Lotus. Sack it for blue mana. Spend one of the mana on a Soul Ring. Okay. Tap the Soul Ring. Use the remaining blue and the 2 other mana. Cast Sea Drake. Okay. Comes into play. It doesn't say what to do if you can't return any lands. It just says when it comes into play, return lands. You have no lands to return. It says return 2 target lands you control. You don't control any lands. Its ability tries to go on the stack, fails because there's no targets. So it doesn't even make it onto the stack to begin with. You now have a 4/3 flyer. Then you play Tolarian Academy. What? Then you play Tolarian Academy. You still have a mana floating, and you've got a Soul Ring out, which could have been a Mox or whatever. And now you've got a land that can tap for blue mana, based on the number of artifacts you control. That is safe from the Sea Drake. If you only had 1 land, you need 2 to target. If you went Lotus, if you went Lotus, tap, if you went Lotus, Academy, tap, Soul Ring, tap, I don't know, Mana Vault or whatever. Then you sack the Lotus and get your blue mana and be like, oh, by the way, here's Sea Drake. You still only have 1 land in play. You've got the Tolarian Academy. It's going to stick around because it asks for 2 targets. It doesn't say up to or anything else like that. And even if you look at the rulings, if you can't return 2 target lands, maybe because you control fewer than 2, the ability will be removed from the stack. It'll try and go in the stack and come right off because you don't have 2 lands. Strictly, you realize you said that. I did not even think of that when I built my mono blue deck. That is an aggressively costed creature that gives me back 2 of my lands so I can do double landfall again. Maybe I should maybe I should get a Sea Drake and put it in here. Cool idea. Did not think of that. I do have landfall effects in there, including like Adventurer's Gear and a couple other things. But yeah, Sea Drake used to be a really big thing in Vintage because you could do stuff like that. Extinguish. This is hilarious. Nice blue mana symbol. Should not look like that. That looks backwards. Says it's a sorcery. Play Extinguish only responds to another player playing a sorcery. That sorcery has no effect and that player puts it in his or her graveyard. In other words, counter target sorcery spell. But to counter a spell, it can't be a sorcery in and of itself. They have to, when they finally changed it over to being legal for tournament play, like 7 years after the set came out, there's like, hey, by the way, it's an instant. This is Envelop for an extra mana over Envelop. If you want this, play Envelop, or if you want the cost the same, play Negate, play or or there's Swan Song is more flexible. There's um Essence. No. Oh wow. Essence Scatter was removed soul. It took us a while to actually get to negate. And now there's variants of it that are easy. Uh, but realistically, if you're playing blue and you're playing commander, you can probably tweak the mana base slightly and add stuff like counterspell instead, which is just so much better. If this was 1 mana, I might recommend considering it, but at 2, you're fighting with too many things. You're fighting with Arcane Denial. You're fighting with um oh yeah, and Arcane Denial being thrown on thrown on an Isochron Scepter. You could mill somebody out with that if they're not paying attention. But yeah, Sea Drake definitely better than Extinguish. So much. You don't run Extinguish unless unless you really have to. An I Spy. Top card of target player's library, you may put that card into the graveyard. That's cute. I don't know if this already exists elsewhere. Oh. I don't think it does. You get cards like Thought Scour, which just simply mills somebody for 2. And then you draw a card. But this allows you to look at the top of their... This is Mishra's Bauble as a sorcery. This is Mishra's Bauble as a sorcery. Look, top card of the target player's library. Draw a card beginning next turn's upkeep. Look at top card of target player's library. You may put that card in the graveyard. Yeah, so this is different. This can also allow you to, this can also help you with reanimation a little bit. It's not... There are times when you have to take the parts of a reanimator deck that are in black, for example, and break them down into their components. I Spy does have its uses. They're few and far between. I would Sea Drake would be up here at least in comparison. False Summoning. This is Essence Scatter / Remove Soul version, a third version of it. If you're running that many Remove Soul variants, honestly, again, tweak your mana base slightly and start playing more cards like Counterspell and variants thereof. That being said, countering a creature spell is going to be a bigger deal, in my opinion, than countering a sorcery. You just have so many more options. Talos Scout. I think this costs this kind of thing. I think you're looking at a 1/3 nowadays. But again, if you're playing pirates, having flying pirates is always fun. Not completely unhappy about this, again, in the right kind of deck. Scout, I could see it. If you're building Scout Tribal, I can see it. Apprentice Sorcerer. 3 mana for 1/1. Tap to deal point of damage to any target with the standard restriction. I believe if you're going for pingers in mono blue, you probably have enough where you don't need to run this. But that doesn't mean that you it doesn't mean that you can't. And pingers have largely been shifted over into black, or not black, into red. But there should be enough back in the day. There should be enough back in the day that you can actually do it without having to run the sorcerer. That being said, if there's certain ones you're trying to pin down that you have trouble pinning down, Apprentice Sorcerer is still fine. Just be aware there's a bit of a restriction to it. Tellus Warrior. I would play this. One of the various decks I'm building. Keep in mind, I mean, again, I'll pull up my list. That will take you to this list, which is the list of decks that I'm slowly working on. And when I get to Simic, the premise of that deck. Whoops. When I start figuring out how I'm going to build it, is unblockable. Tellus Warrior, 3 mana 2/2, can't be blocked. Exactly the kind of card I'm looking for. There's a few other cards like that. Invisible Stalker comes to mind. It's the same as it's 1 blue less, and it's a 1/1. There's Phantom Warrior is literally the exact same as this, probably with just a different creature type. I'm not going for flying. I'm not going for shadow. I'm literally going for this phrase right here. Uh-oh.